back down here in a few hours' time. We're going to do a little drift north. One of our team members has reported flooding over the road south of Ayr. So we're not sure how far north we're going to be able to get, but we are going to attempt to get into those destructive winds a little bit more. And we will be back down. Our accommodation is a street behind this location. So nice and easy for us to get back down here tonight to assess the storm surge. As unfortunately, the landfall will coincide with the high tide. Hear the roar in some of these gusts. It's only early days. Oh yeah. Starting to rip through here now. This is well south of the centre of circulation. Some model data, not that that's been very accurate with Kirrily. Some model data does have the system crossing still to the south of Townsville, although the bomb does have the centre of circulation going through just to the north of Townsville. Yeah, we can drive around over the other side. We'll get around there, yeah, let's get around there. Yeah, there's a much better spot around the other side actually. We'll dip over. Through. Got to be at least, I reckon, 80, 90 now. Surge of wind pushed me forward
Oh, sunset point. Just go there.
then. Yeah. Oh yeah, big cost through here now.
Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Yeah, thanks, Ben. My live is actually only on my phone at the moment, which is sitting in my dash, but I'm just trying to convert over.
All right. Hello, everyone. I am here until we can get Ben and Gray back on. I'm going to be helping with the coverage here for Tropical Cyclone Kirrily over here in Queensland, Australia. We usually do hurricanes, cyclone. Bear with me. Yes, I am from America. I do cover storms all around the world. We are United National Weather Team, and we're here to bring you live stream coverage tonight of the storm. If you have reports, please put them in chat. If you have pictures, videos, you can also send them to United National Weather Team Australia, and we'll try to get them up during this broadcast. With that being said, we could have a long and dangerous night ahead. Tropical Cyclone Kirrily is still a Category 3 cyclone. They have also canceled zones Mackay to Serena. But the warning zones affected Innisfail to Mackay, not including Mackay, including Townsville, Bowen, the Whitsunday Islands, and extending inland to Charters Towers. Details of Tropical Cyclone Kirrily at 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Category 3 with sustained winds near the center of 120 kilometers per hour with wind gusts to 165 kilometers per hour. Location within 20 kilometers of 19.0 degrees south, 147.1 degrees east, 40 kilometers northeast of Townsville, and 325 kilometers northwest of Mackay. Movement was west-southwest at 31 kilometers per hour, so it has sped up compared to the slow movement that we had all through today in the last few days at about 11 kilometers an hour. It is currently tracking west-southwest towards the Queensland coast and will cross in the next couple of hours in the vicinity of Townsville as a Category 3 system. Kirrily will then weaken as it moves inland. From Friday, the system is likely to track further inland as a tropical low, resulting in heavy to intense rain and possible damaging winds to parts of the northern interior and western Queensland. Gales with damaging winds up to 120 kilometers an hour are occurring over the Whitsunday Islands and over some mainland communities. Gales with damaging winds to 120 kilometers an hour are expected to extend northward to remaining mainland communities in the warning area later this evening and may extend north between Ingham to Innisfail if the system takes a track further north. Destructive wind gusts up to 155 kilometers an hour are about coastal and island communities between Ayr and Townsville and will extend north to Ingham this evening. Very destructive wind gusts to 170 kilometers an hour will occur near the center as Kirrily crosses the coast. Gales with damaging winds to 90 kilometers an hour are expected to extend inland to areas including Charters Towers tonight and Friday morning. Heavy rainfall, which may lead to flash flooding, has developed about coastal areas in nearby inland Tully and Bowen and will spread further inland overnight tonight during Friday. Intense rainfall, which may lead to dangerous and life-threatening flash flooding, is possible near the track of the system. Flood watches and warnings are current for these areas. During Friday, the system is expected to become a tropical low, and heavy rainfall is forecast to develop across the northern interior and western Queensland into the weekend as the system tracks inland. A severe weather warning is also current for inland areas. As the system approaches and crosses the coast, a storm tide is expected between Townsville and Mackay. Large waves may produce minor flooding along the foreshore. People living in these areas likely affected by this flooding should take measures to protect their property much as possible and be prepared to help their neighbors. People between Innisfail to Ingham, Ayr to Mackay, and extending to Charters Towers should remain inside until the cyclone is passed and listen to the next advice. Now, one thing that's interesting about the last sentence that they said, we have to remember that there's also going to be king tides. So the tides are going to be larger than usual. So what you usually see on high tide, we need to increase that with storm surge. So it could be a very dangerous and wet night. If you're in Townsville, Ayr, Bowen, Mackay, you need to really be on have your head on a swivel tonight.
Yeah, the gusts have significantly picked up here in Bowen over the last sort of hour or so. Definitely getting up to 125 kilometre an hour damaging at the moment here at my location.
Just gonna check one more forecast map really quick. Have you been able to see if those waves are still continuing and pretty intense?
Oh yeah, 100%. They're definitely still
Yeah, last
hammering.
reports we had were still at 27-foot waves according to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center.
Yeah, there'll definitely be some significant waves as well as storm surge. As Kirrily crosses the coast tonight about 10 o'clock, that also coincides with high tide in our warnings in our post today. So that's definitely another ingredient of Kirrily that we're going to have to look out for tonight, especially it being right on the coast. So that's just not just Townsville, that's areas south of Townsville, the Whitsunday Islands, Whitsunday Coast. Anywhere from about Mackay right the way up to Innisfail. Expect big waves, destructive wind gusts, and unfortunately, the potential for some tidal surge later on in a couple of hours' time.
Yeah, especially on the backside, as this rotation comes in, you'll start to see that wave action increase as it's been. You have to think about it like a standing wave tank. Once you get it started, it's been churning and churning. That wave energy will then start coming into the coast as well. Okay, so according to the technical brief, this is just a quick update. Kirrily has continued to become more consolidated. With convection much closer to the center now, the environment is generally conducive for maintaining its intensity or slow development until landfall. It is in a low to moderate wind shear environment with generally high moisture in the mid-levels. Wind analysis show upper level easterlies over the system, though perhaps slightly more defluent without having strong outflow channels evident. We're observing gales over island communities and just beginning to see gales or near gales along the mainland coast. Land interactions may limit intensification, however. There is still a possibility of slight development to about 70 knots before crossing. So this thing can still intensify. You may not be done with intensification yet. Like I said, this could be an eyewall, what we would call in the States an eyewall recycle. And basically the convection, the shear just hasn't been enough to overtake these systems. Like I said, tropical systems do not like to be cut out by shear. They will fight to stay in power. So that's really what's happening now. But the fact that the technical brief from the BOM is basically saying that we need to prepare for intensification until landfall means that this thing is not done getting stronger yet. Steering is being dominated by a mid-level ridge, cradling the system to the south, accelerating the system towards the Queensland coast with the estimated landfall in 6 to 12 hours. Given the robust steering pattern developing and the stability of the numerical guidance, there's high confidence and track forecasts with landfall expected between Ingham and Bowen in the vicinity of Townsville later tonight. From Friday, the system is forecast to weaken as it tracks inland with heavy rain likely and strong winds possible along its path to the west over the continent. And that comes straight from the BOM. That is their technical update for Tropical Cyclone Kirrily at the 6:30 UTC.
Copy that, Scarlett. We appreciate that.
No problem. Yeah, no. So that actually changes a lot of things. So you need to still be ready for intensification yet. This storm has exceeded all of the BOM's forecasts, and I think it will exceed again. They expected it to come in originally at 65 knots, and now they're saying get ready for 70. This thing is still intensifying. If you look at it on IR, Excuse me. I need
Well,
to
it's
get
been
something
cranking on
in
the
water here
infrared
in a second.
all day today.
Well, and you can tell that it's still holding on to those cloud tops. And there was a shear coming from the southeast into the storm that was cutting it. So dry air basically from the mainland of Australia was in Queensland was cutting into the storm and basically choking out the rapid intensification. But it's been able to hold on to its strength and power, so it hasn't let go yet. And I was telling you about an hour ago, we really need to watch this for the next couple hours because I really think there's a chance for this to intensify. I do not think it's done. And this technical bulletin basically supports my prediction a couple hours ago. And we weren't on air for that, but everybody who was there knows.
That's true, and that's why we what was that?
Ooh,
What was that?
I don't know. What was it?
I don't know. I heard a big crash down the street. Heard a big massive. I don't know what it was. Sound
Could
like
be
a car.
anything at this point.
Anyways, as I was saying, we appreciate that, and that's why Scarlett is our hurricane queen.
Oh,
We
I don't know about
appreciate
that.
Scarlett's analysis.
I've just done this for a really long time, and my job here is to keep everybody safe. These type of systems can sneak up on you. They dump lots of rain. This is moving like a typical system on the mainland of the U.S. Like I said, we have a motion that is coming in with the northwest of the storm, or the northwest of the storm being your dirty side of the storm. You're getting the most intense rains. You're getting all this. As the center comes in, we're going to start to see these effects increase. We've already seen debris across the road that Gray was letting us know about as he made his way from Bowen to air. He should be in the air about now. And
Hopefully we can get it in
we've
soon.
had, and while we were not on air, we had weather enthusiast Dylan McKenna on. He was in trusted chat with everybody showing, and he was under a bridge in Townsville, and it was starting to get intense there. So hopefully we can get him to join soon as well.
Yeah, that'll be good. That would be good. But yes, to answer a few questions, a few comments. Basically, for everyone that is saying, Bowen's boring, etc., well, it's only early days for one, and we do have chasers on the ground currently in Townsville or on the way to that area, general vicinity. We can't actually get any, we could probably get about halfway to air right now. We've had reports of from members of our team that are up that way at the moment. We've had reports of trucks rolled over, water on the road. It's just a mess in between Bowen and Townsville at the moment. And I personally don't want to risk our safety. So we're going to stick to the Bowen area, and we're going to cover
That's not a bad plan either. Wherever you end up hunkering down during a tropical system, at the end of the day is a good choice. We have people all up and down the coast at this point where I feel confident in, which we know that Gray wanted to get eyewall action. So he is up trying to get eyewall. He is a trained professional and he is a police officer. I trust his judgment in this. We'll retire it at that, but I trust his judgment in that. He will make good decisions out there. This is not for the amateur. This is not something that you should be doing because it sounds cool. If you can get reports to us in a safe manner from inside your home, at this point, once the strongest winds come in and the center does cross, you will need to hunker down for at least 8 hours of strong winds. We're talking at least over 100 miles an hour equivalent American, which would like 165, 170 kilometers an hour. It's going to be an intense ride. You're going to want to be in the most center room, most center room of your home with no windows. You want to be on the lowest floor possible. and you want to make sure that you're high enough for water if that were to occur. If you're in an area that usually floods, be ready for it. If you know that you've had water in your home, especially because Townsville has already been saturated in the last week or so, that is going to also add insult to injury. You're going to need to start really thinking about, at this point, you needed to make the preparations necessary for your homes. The time is not now to start doing those things. You need to start hunkering in now. From this point forward, we're only going to start to deteriorate, and everyone says it's not doing much until it starts doing something. That is the whole thing. Tropical systems, you never want to get your guard down. You don't know if it's going to be power line down, tree down. It doesn't have to necessarily just be the winds to be the story of destruction. Most often in tropical systems, people die from the flooding. It's not necessarily the storm itself. Now, if you know that your home isn't properly, if your home is less than par, so to speak, you need to think about, what do you do if your roof comes off? What do you do if you lose a wall? Where are you going to go? How do you keep you and your family and the rest of your property safe at that time? These are going to be the hard decisions, and it could be a scary night for many people who aren't ready. And that is the one thing I want to avoid. If you know what's coming at you, you can be better prepared to get through the storm.
Great advice.
Where are we going now?
No, we're just having a general look around at the moment. That's the beach in that direction.
Let's have a walkabout.
Pretty dead quiet here in Bowen.
Which is a good thing. We don't want to see people out. We don't want to see people driving around. We don't want looky-loos. That is not what this system is about. For people who are trained weather professionals who choose to put themselves in the line of fire, that is our choice. But for the average individual, it is not a good decision.
And funnily enough, we now have some cars driving around
to capture this footage for you. But you can definitely tell us what's happening at your house, in your neighborhood, in your neck of the woods, as we would say in the States, and just keep us updated with what's happening around you. So welcome everybody who's coming in. We appreciate you. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe to United National Weather Team Australia. We also have United National Weather Team, which is based out of the United States. We will be at the National Storm Chaser Summit next week in Dallas, Texas, which is actually Fort Worth, but we'll be next to the Texas Motor Speedway. We are sponsoring the event. We are diamond level sponsors of the event. We're really excited to be a part of that. Next week, there'll be speakers such as Reed Timmer, all the greats in the United States who storm chase, as well as us, United National Weather Team.
We are going to go for another quick little look up the beach.
Copy that,
and then this device is going to have to go on charge, but we will be back.
Absolutely. No worries there. We'll definitely keep an eye on that, and as we get more people in place and in position, we will continue to show you different.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to get an update on Gray there coming into Townsville, and hopefully, well, he did say on Zello Comms that he was going to get into a safe spot and basically figure out his live stream set up there, ready to go. So we'll be able to get him on very shortly from Townsville. Like Scarlett said earlier, we've got Dylan McKenna. He's also a member of our team. Young fella's up in Townsville, so he should be coming at us soon with some great footage from that area. And of course, we'll be covering the search later on tonight. Oh yeah.
All right. That's the strongest flashlight ever.
Oh, it's good.
It is good. Well, as you would say, a torch. I should say torch because everybody's like flashlight. But we would say a flashlight over here. These are things Ben and I have learned in our friendship across continents, is that we've definitely learned each other's lingo. Oh yeah, those waves are coming in strong and steady. I would say maybe like 10-second waves.
So are these wind gusts too.
Yeah, it looks like 10-second wave heights as far as that goes. They're definitely peaking at 10 seconds coming in. And I mean, we could see, and then, oh, look at those down there. Yeah, look at that. I was going to say we could start seeing them getting a little wild and crazy here over the next few hours. But it looks like they've created a pretty good protection system there for the natural elements, which is most places.
At least 5 meters above sea level back at the apartment there. And then we've got that other level as well. So we're definitely safe, but unfortunately there will be some people that haven't prepared for the search. We did notice a lot of houses, a lot of low-lying houses that were sandbagged today, and that's fantastic, but also a lot of houses that weren't. So hopefully it doesn't come up too much and doesn't cause too much of an issue, but
we're going to have king tides tonight, so it's going to be stronger than beside regular storm surge. Besides high tide, we're going to have a king tide on top of that, so I don't think people are going to be as ready as they should be. Oh wow, Dylan is reporting big trees down everywhere on homes, as well as power flashes. He had to ride back home. He was out on a bike monitoring at the time, but he is letting us know in our chat right now. I'm going to ask him to join the chat once he gets home, dries off, and gets unshaken, and we'll get him in here to talk about what's happening live now in Townsville.
yeah, well, perfect timing, because I'm going to have to head back and get this one on charge, and I'll be back with you very shortly.
Copy that. Yeah, I'm going to try to get him in as soon as possible, and then we will go from there, Ben, and then we'll get your batteries juiced up, because you might want to do that now before you will not have an opportunity to do so, and we'll keep it rocking and rolling from there. I'll try to check in with Grace where he's at, and if he has made it to a safe location. We got a lot of moving pieces right now, but it's something that we can't handle at the time. But like I said, if any of you out there have reports in your area, please be sure to send them to us at United National Weather Team Australia. Put them here in the chat, whether you're seeing us here on Facebook or on YouTube. We could definitely ask Ben when he gets back what type of torch he has. Because yeah, it was actually really impressive. I mean, it was getting up and down the beach. It was legit. You know, that's the one you want. You want to be able to illuminate and see things if you're going to go out and see it during these conditions, to be monitoring conditions at the time. You know, we do have a few strong bands of rain coming in. That would be over the Hervey Range, Paluma Range National Park at this time. South of Ingham would be the largest town. To the north of Townsville, they're currently getting some intense rainfall. And once this intense rainfall continues to layer up on the ground, we are going to start seeing some flash flooding. It could be life-threatening, could be swiftwater rescues. You have to remember, too, once the winds start, emergency services will not come out. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, there is a certain point even where the rescuers cannot come out. So please be aware of that. Try to get yourself in the safest place in your home. If you know your neighbor's home is safer, try to develop a relationship with them, even if it's in the middle of the storm. We have seen that happen more often than not in America during tropical cyclones, and it does work. If your neighbor's house is sturdier than yours, you may make it through if things get hairy. It all just depends as these winds set in and how much decay we can get from the shear at this point. The bomb seems to think that we're going to intensify until landfall. There is shear, according to the IR, it still has a chance. So we really need to watch and monitor the situation because it could devolve quickly even into a stronger yet cyclone. As I said, Tropical Cyclone Kirrily has defied all of the bomb's predictions so far, so there's no reason to think she's done yet. I'm gonna just check a couple other things right now. I'm just checking radar. I'm going to leave you guys with a live radar footage here for a second as I go checking on a couple of team members and just make sure they're all right. We also do have a member of the fire brigade on our team, and he's reporting in our chat. This is like a command central type chat that a couple of damage relating calls coming in for Townsville, trees over power lines and etc. Letterbox is gone. Weather enthusiast Dylan McKenna reports, and he says it's getting really bad in Townsville at this time. So things are devolving quickly in Townsville. I'm assuming as well in air, because we have not heard back from Gray yet. We are tracking him through a GPS tracking system, so we do have somewhat of eyes on our chasers at all times. This is a dangerous activity. Once again, do not follow storm chasers. Do not attempt this at home. There are ways that you can get involved with our team. You can go to unwt.org and you can go to join the team. You can get an application in and we can start training you so that you too can help people in a time of need in your community. The idea here is that the grassroots always work better and know better what each individual community needs. Over here, there's been groups called Cajun Navy that have come, and it has been everyday people with boats and lifted trucks, and they go and do swiftwater rescues, and they help their communities, and afterwards they provide food and clothing and water and to all the people, and it's outside of the government, done because the people get it done faster than the government ever could. And that is what we are here to do as the United National Weather Team. So if you like what we do, consider donating to us. You can go to paypal.me/UNWT and donate to the cause. All proceeds will always go back into the communities. We are a registered business. So thank you guys very much for tuning into our stream here. We're going to try to get some logistics together with everybody. As I said, we have a few members who are just having a few technical difficulties right now, which is to be expected in this type of tropical cyclone weather. This is why we have a command central. This is why we also run the streams remotely. That way we can keep you going with footage even when we are not actively live. And Dylan said he'll be back in like the next hour. He's just gonna rest up. Like I said, I'm sure he just got a little bit startled with what's coming in. Tropical cyclones can be an overwhelming experience for people. That's for sure. the pounding winds, the screeching sounds, the sounds that your house makes during this whole time can be quite upsetting. So just always know to take deep breaths, be in the strongest part of your home, which is the room that is the most centermost room with no windows. And you will ride through the storm. Definitely lots of waves coming in, Tim. We're going to start to see some activity get even more intense here as the night goes on. Don is sending me some. Yeah, and it looks like with some of these tracks, it's going just a little bit south of Townsville. That's my prediction, is where landfall will actually interact. There's a few small peninsula-like shapes off of the coast that could interact with the land first, and how it's quantified is where the center of circulation passes first over land. So we will see what will actually be landfall in the end. But if we are going to predict, I'm going to get a map out here because I'm not the best at Australian geography. I'm getting better, but I'm not the best. And I've had to learn quickly and on the fly. So we're going to check it out here. If I was going to give an actual guess, though, of where I think. Going to be a little bit south of Cleveland Bay. That's what I'm seeing. That area. Cape Cleveland, Mount Cleveland. Paradise Bay, Bray Island. That little bit, I think, is where we're going to get the center of circulation across. We'll see. Monitor all of my social medias right now at the same time, so bear with me on that. Like I said, once again, if any of you out there would like, if you have any reports, if you are in northern Queensland on the coast, if you're between Townsville, Bowen, Mackay, let us know what you're seeing outside your window and give us a report here on United National Weather Team. I've even heard, even as far up as Cairns, that they're having some issues up there too. So, and that there's been, quite a bit of rain. But yeah, definitely strong bands. And we do have Mackay radar down, so that's unfortunate for all of us. Bowen does not have velocities, so that also affects our abilities to see. So Townsville is probably our best radar to use besides satellite. Velocity is showing quite a bit of inflow and outflow on this system, which would check out with what Dylan is saying, that, they're seeing trees down, power lines down. This intensity is only going to occur for the next 8+ hours. So people need to be ready that if this has already occurred this early into the storm, what's it going to be like at its worst? So I hope people's decisions of preparation were wise. but we've already seen a bit of destruction on the way there. Yeah, Bowen has nothing, which is interesting because the Joint Typhoon Warning Center states that they're using Bowen as their triangulation. There could be tornadoes, actually. All right, I'm gonna add. There you go. There could be tornadoes, actually, Tim. Hello. Welcome back, then.
Now, I have got a little temporary setup going on here. I've got the tripod set up just outside the door with the charger connected in via extension cord.
Nice.
So, these
modern problems require modern solutions.
Well, that's it. So, unfortunately, we don't have any upstairs view, but that's only for the time being.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll still be able to see a little bit here as these gusts come through, and it's also a little bit quieter in here too as we're protected from the wind. So
I was just checking on a few different things. Did you see? We have not gotten in touch with Gray, but Dylan will be coming back within the hour. I don't know if you had heard that, Ben. The eye is not over Townsville quite yet, but it will be soon. But they are receiving some of the first very intense bands of rain. And some of the inflow is coming in there as well. So not quite yet. Currently, we have, according to this station IDs out there, it's 27 degrees Celsius. We have a south-southeast wind at 57 kilometers an hour sustained, 91 kilometer an hour gusts at Townsville. And I do not know if we have readings for Bowen. We have south of Airlie Beach, closer to the Whitsunday Islands. That's coming at the east-northeast at 44 to 63 kilometer per hour gusts. We just don't have a lot of weather stations that are available, which is important why people need to get more mesonettes and weather stations at their homes to monitor conditions. It's really simple to get. It's really simple to put it in your backyard and be able to just collect data. Nowadays, they just, connect to Wi-Fi. You can have your data easily just shown on an app with other people who are doing the same exact thing. So.
hey, Scarlett, did you manage to get a reply from Gray there on Zello comms by any chance?
I did not.
Are you able to check Life 360 and just make sure he's on the move or something?
According to Life 360, he's made it to Townsville. He is still trucking along on the A1, and he is in Townsville, Ben.
Yeah, copy that. Maybe give him another yell on Zello. Unfortunately, this phone's tied up at the moment, so I can't exactly
Copy
do that.
No, I will grab something. I was just going to get something to drink.
Yeah,
And then I was thinking about a snack because I need to refuel myself. It is 4:17 a.m. Central Standard Time here in America, so I need to get.
You sure you're good to be around for a little bit?
Good. I am.
This system's going to be whipping up through the night, so
I'm wired for sound. During Hurricane Harvey, I was up for 5 days straight doing dispatch.
Oh wow!
So I'm wired for sound. Pretty soon though, here I'll actually, you know what? While I'm doing this, I'm gonna make some coffee, and get that rolling.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that needs to happen.
I mean, to be fair, I'm still rolling off the 3 hours of mosquito-bitten sleep that I got in the car last night, south of the car. So
Those are always good chase days. Builds character. You know, if you didn't have some struggle, it wouldn't be there.
oh well. You're off for now. We're protected from the gusts anyway, so until the tripod starts blowing over, that's when we'll bring it back.
Yep.
We'll leave it here for now.
It'll be all right for now. You know, the best is yet to come, as they say. We're not quite in that mode. Even though I know most people probably want this to already be over, but we've got many more hours of this. So many more hours.
Hey Scarlett, just so you know, we have got Jake setting up Zello on his device at the moment too, so
Copy that. It's not a bad idea.
that'll be a helpful, handy tool, so I'll be able to have backroom comms with you guys while we're running the live stream, and I'll get a hold of Gray.
Yeah, hopefully once he gets into Townsville, we can get a better signal from him. But considering that we have a lot of power out and trees down, et cetera, we might not. We may only get reports once he gets back to civilization.
Yeah, copy that. Well, we'll be headed out very short. Well, I won't say very shortly. I'd say within the next hour, we'll start heading in a general northerly direction towards air. But yeah, I doubt we're going to get that far. We'll see how far we can get, and if no go, we'll just flip around and.
Yeah, definitely want to see what it's going to be like out on the roads now. A couple hours after he's making his way to Townsville. I apologize once again, but I am getting my coffee together, and I will be.
You are all good.
I'm trying not to like my cup sounds, but it's gonna be a long night, guys. We're just gonna need to tuck in and hopefully get through this with the best of reports. But like I said, with the bomb already stating that they believe this is going to get stronger, it's not looking good for me. You know, it doesn't matter the intensity of a cyclone. People focus too much on intensity number. That doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I've had people die in what are considered over here just tropical storms that wouldn't even be a category. So that it doesn't always matter for intense. And that's a mistake a lot of people make. Yeah, see those cold cloud tops that are still developing. So that's the black you're going to be seeing, and then the ultra pink in the center. Those are cold convective cloud tops. That is some really intense energy on a storm. So it is still finding its way. You know, it had, as you see at the beginning of the frames, it had a larger field earlier today, but then it kind of dissipated, and now it's building itself back up. I was concerned that there could be an eye wall replacement cycle. That's kind of what we're seeing now towards the end of this. Excuse me, but this could still intensify. I do not think the bomb is wrong in that particular question. I'm trying to see if I can really see a center of circulation. I'm gonna guess where it is. It's gonna be just right by those islands right now. Or right off the coast, almost by that in the last frame where it turns dark. Right by the coast. That's where I would guess the center of circulation is about now. As that comes in, we could still have some intensification, including in and at landfall. A lot of times these systems get pushed towards the coast, and as they get pushed towards the coast, they almost get excited and they exhibit a little bit more energy and get a little bit more at the end. My coffee pot's trying to go haywire. Of course. But, you know, this is what we like to call the calm before the storm. You know, Townsville is devolving quickly as it's going to devolve through the rest of the night, as well as locations all the way down the coast. I think it's going to have a cascade effect. Townsville, Air, Bowen, and then push inland for the largest and greatest effects. People outside of the cone will also have effects as well. So just if you are not in the cone, so to speak, it still doesn't mean that you're not going to get effects. And I guess they would, it's kind of a blob that you guys draw. It's like, not really a cone. But that's here northern. Yeah, so far the winds have not increased where Ben's location is in Bowen. Now, where he's standing and where he's got the camera is going to be a little deceiving as well. He's tucked back a little bit away from the wind. So those factors will also come into play, but we haven't seen the best of what's yet to come. Two of our members have basically taken cover and we have not been able to get a hold of them. One in Townsville. Got back to his location, said there was trees down, power lines down. We're hearing reports of other things as well. So the situations are starting to get devolving as the line goes down. At Bowen, if you look on radar, there's not as much rain as up in the Townsville area. Those feeder bands have not come ashore quite yet for them, but everybody's time will come. Hi, Joe, watching from Sydney. We appreciate you. Thank you for joining us here. I need to get back to my notes really quickly. Yeah, so remember the center of circulation is what they quantify as that. Thank you for putting up that map, Ben. I appreciate you for that. So that is where currently what we have going on. So rain is starting to come in. That's what I'm talking about. Those feeder bands, those circular bands of rain that you are seeing appear on the radar inland in Australia. So those are the first things that come in a tropical feature. Then comes the center of circulation. Then the rest of the storm, as it comes in, spins out and uses all of its energy across the landscape. And as it interacts with mountains and higher up terrain, usually in mountains, it wrings out some of that moisture. So the higher points and peaks will definitely have some moisture reduction because of that. So it does take a little bit of strength away, but anytime a tropical system interacts with land, it reduces its, basically creates friction against the storm. Something for the storm to work against, and it's just something that the storm cannot overcome. Lucas and Charters Towers patiently waiting. We'll make sure once you get the storm gets to you, you send in some reports on what's going on in your area. We appreciate you watching. Like I said, communities more inland will see their time probably tomorrow, but tonight is going to be the coastal communities. Yeah, we also should have live reports from our other two correspondents on the ground, hopefully within the next hour as well. But you got to roll with what's happening. It wouldn't be a live stream if almost something didn't go wrong.
That's true.
That sounds like a question I would ask. Brad asked, what'd you have for dinner? Ben.
Yeah, mate, that's a good question. Nothing yet. Absolutely nothing for us. I can't comment on our other team members who are currently active at the moment further north, but we've been too flat out, like just getting the live stream set up for one. We've had a lot of technical difficulties this morning and throughout the afternoon even getting that set up. So we're lucky we got to this point, and I haven't even had the chance to think about my tucker yet. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that soon. It might be a meagering noodle type dinner for me.
Well, you know, such is chasing life. I didn't say it was a nutritious profession. You may not get to eat whole square balanced. You might find yourself eating servo food. It happens. Rain has been on and off, back on now and slowly getting windier. Yeah, everybody's conditions will slowly start to increase with the wind as time goes on. This is going to, like I said, it's kind of the pre-calm before the storm. Things haven't really ramped up yet, but it will. Just give it some time. Oh, Tim, Ben brought his own stove and stuff, so Ben can like actually cook food if he needs to. We are prepared. Oh no, he's got like his little gas stove, so he can like cook on that if he needs to like heat up food and things. Lachlan Fairburn, where will the worst come over where? I'm gonna need a location. Townsville City. Oh, you are going to be in for it, potentially even for the eyewall. You'll get some of the eyewall, might not be direct center, but you're still going to get eyewall action. You're still quite a few hours away from the main event. What time is it there currently, Ben? Negative time check. $8:38, maybe about midnight. 11 midnight. Maybe. It all depends. I'd like to see another update. Joint Typhoon Warning Center, actually, I'm going to go and figure that out because they should have hourly updates right now. We should be able to get a good look at it.
I suppose we'll head out on a little bit of a drive. We've got some bands of rain starting to come ashore here again, so I'm just going to move this phone and the charger back.
Copy that.
But yeah, so we will head out for a little drive. We'll head north up the Bruce towards there, and we'll oh, that was a big wave that just crashed over the rocks, and I heard that one. But yes, we'll head out in about 5 minutes time. We'll go over the beach again, have a check on the waves, go for a little drive north in a general northerly direction. I'm not sure exactly how far we're going to get or where we're going to end up. We'll more than likely just get up there, sample out some of the winds up there, and then sort of track back here, assist anyone that may need assistance on the way up or back, and yeah, we'll take it from there. Hopefully Gray should be back in very shortly.
I would hope so. I would like to hear from him sooner rather than later at this point. But as far as we can tell, he's still rocking and rolling, like I said. So I'm going to leave it at that. Like I said, I trust his discretion. So at least we have that going for us. But Joe says he's worried about the elderly and disabled people who are scared of cyclones. They should have volunteers to move them to safer grounds. I agree. And I agree there also should be shelters. So what we need people to do is to tell people about our team so we can get people to join. The more people that join in on all of these communities all across Australia, you can help your fellow neighbor. It's really simple. Take someone into your home, get to know people, get to know your neighbor, and help your community so that these people, and check on them afterwards. But first you have to know who those people are. And that means that you have to have a connection in your community and a ground in your community to begin with, to know who's who and who to check on. So as we get more members, that is a goal of ours here at United National Weather Team, no matter where we are doing operations, is that the community helps each other first. Hello, Dallas. You are welcome for the live feed. We're glad we're able to bring it to you. Ben has driven a long way from the southeast Queensland coast all the way up north just for this live cyclone coverage. So we're definitely appreciative to Ben for getting out there as the head of United National Weather Team Australia. Well, Samantha, to answer your question, impacts are already starting to be felt across the coastal communities up there. Conditions will only increase, but at this point, there are communities all over. We've heard reports of trucks off the road, trees down, power lines down. all sorts of activities going on even so far, and we're not even through the half of it. That's another thing that gets a lot of people too, is just impatience. Tropical cyclones are a long deal. They're not over with quickly, and it does take time for them to pass. You know, it's not like a thunderstorm or shower that, you know, quickly moves through an area and dissipates. A tropical cyclone is a long-lasting, long-duration tornado, basically. That's the best way to explain it. Joe, I'm not familiar with what that acronym would be, the TSV. Ben, are you familiar with what that means? So I would need to know what that means to tell you when the last time the tropical cyclone had hit.
Was that TSV? TSV would be Townsville.
Copy that. Uh, 5 years. Years ago would have been the last one. Trying to look up to see what the intensity is on the last tropical
Joe, so
cyclone that went through
the camera that you're looking at now is in Bowen, but we do have team members of ours on the ground currently in Townsville or just to the south of. And we are about to get in the car very shortly and start traveling in general northerly direction and see how far we can get. Yeah, there's definitely bands of rain coming through Bowen at the moment. They've been on and off, mainly gusty, sort of squally, cyclone bandy rain. But yeah, definitely feeling some drops now. Nothing too significant, but yeah.
Plenty of rain and wind, and Cardwell Tully would be definitely feeling what we are feeling. Thank you, Jay, for letting us know that. Bowen will get rain. It's just a matter of time as it comes in. There will be winds, there will be surge, and there will be a king surge, which is storm surge on top of the highest possible tide. So please be aware if you are in the coastal communities or close to the coast tonight that you will have higher than normal besides the storm surge tides. I cannot stress that enough. Just trying to pull up a few things right now to just get ourselves back together. Need to make sure my comms are on because I was getting kicked out earlier, and yes, I had no connection. So awesome. This is why I have to check this constantly. Correct, Joe. SCS usually go out before and after events. We are not affiliated with the SCS, but that is true. At a certain point, all emergency services cease to exist during tropical events due to the fact that the winds are just too strong to provide any appropriate services. So the appropriate response from the public should be sheltering in their homes, sheltering in place. They should have already made their storm preparations before now. At this point, it would be too late to complete anything. It's dark. Winds are starting to come in. Rains are starting to come in. Flooding could start occurring. That is why it is so important to prepare, because once the storm actually happens, even if you call, what is it over there? 000? What is it? What do you call for like emergencies? Is it 000? 000? Am I wrong? Ben! Somebody will correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. But regardless, yes, correct, 000. Thank you, Ben. I just needed to know. Excuse me. So with that being said, I brought something to drink, I thought. I'm losing my mind at this point already. It is early morning here. I've been up all night. But they will stop providing services at that point because you just cannot provide quality services. I've worked in search and rescue for over 7 years. And there is a point where you just cannot go out to help anyone. That is the unfortunate truth. So if you find yourself in a predicament once these storms start, let's say walls start getting ripped off, roofs start getting ripped off, flooding, where, you might need swift water rescue, they cannot come out and provide those services until those winds have passed. So you will be stuck in a predicament for quite some time. That's not to scare anyone, but that is just to warn people who are in the path of the storm that if something does occur, you might have to sit tight for quite some while. This is why it's important to try to build up neighborhood groups, build up community and grassroots, just people helping people, just knowing who each other are and making sure everybody's okay after the storm passes. But doing so safely. There could be power lines down. Never go over live power lines. Many people have died during the time that I have done storms. Outside of the winds and the effects of the storm itself, it's usually water or electricity. So if you can, unplug things, turn off your gas, turn off your breaker too. If you know the power is going to go out anyway, you might as well be ready for it as the winds really start to increase. You may save some appliances in your home. Because if the power blows and it has a surge, you may lose every electronic in your home that was plugged in at the time. So that's something to be aware of as well. This is also an event to protect your property. So people need to keep that in mind too. Besides your personal safety, your property is also a concern for many people. Hello, Anna from Bundaberg. Is Kirrily anywhere near Callalope? Where's Callalope? You know where that is, Ben? I need to know the roundabout areas, but I can definitely look it up. I have no problem doing that. Flooding in Townsville is quite likely. There are some flood advisories already put out by the BOM. I can actually pull those up currently. It's been quite wet in that area before now. One of our members in Townsville has been telling us that his yard has been wet for quite some time. And he was concerned as Kirrily came in for that. I know we had reports for most of the rivers up there. There was a potential for flooding. Yeah, okay, so here is there's a flood watch for the coastal and adjacent inland catchments between Tuttley and Airlie Beach and parts of the Central West and Gulf catchments. Tropical Cyclone Kirrily, situated in the North Coral Sea, is moving towards the North Queensland coast on Thursday. Widespread heavy to locally intense rainfall is likely across the flood watch area from Thursday. As the tropical cyclone approaches the coast, abnormally high tides are likely. From Friday, the system is likely to further track inland as a tropical low, bringing heavy to locally intense rain to parts of the northern interior of Queensland and western Queensland. The area covered by the flood watch will be reassessed and updated based on the latest rainfall forecast. Catchments across the North Tropical Coast and parts of the Gulf and Tarpentaria, including the Norman and Gilbert catchments, are wet. Following rainfall over recent weeks, catchment further south and inland within the flood watch area are drier. Widespread rainfall is likely across coastal catchments within the flood area from Thursday afternoon, extending inland over the coming days. So catchments likely to be affected include Lake Hart River, Upper Flinders River, Lower Flinders River, Conclery River, Norman River, Gilbert River, Tully River, Murray River, Herbert River, Black River, Ross and Bull Rivers, Hutton River, Cape River to Burkett Falls Dam, Burkett River to Burkett Falls Dam, Burkett River downstream of Burkett Falls Dam, Don and Proserpine Rivers, and the Thompson River. So that's what we currently have for that. If you know your area usually floods, like I said, this is going to be a localized event. So if you know your area locally floods in heavy rain, expect it during this event.
Just stand by for there for a sec, Scarlett.
Copy. Just checking some ship reports, seeing what we've got out there, seeing if we have anything. I should look at some buoys, see if we can get any buoy information. There might be a couple over there. Oh, I should go to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. Said I was going to do that a while ago. So we're going to check that out, see what we got there. All right. I'm going to go look at this. Or prognostic reasoning. I don't think we have anything updated. Let's see. No. But we do have significant wave height at 27 feet, which I do think is very interesting. So where they are able to, see where the highest waves are coming in, you're going to have some really big waves coming in. Like I said, that energy is going to build up. Think of it as like a standing wave tank, the ocean. As that kinetic energy gets built up, it does have to release somewhere, and it usually releases into the coast. So if we have 27-foot waves out further out, that means we're going to have some increased waves coming in. Definitely it could be a few meter waves, to be honest. Only time will tell. Oh, where are we going now?
We're just going to head north towards air. I'm not sure we're going to make it that far, but that's the direction we're going to be heading in.
Copy. Yeah, 27 feet is 8.2 meters. Absolutely, Jill. That is correct. But yes, according to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, they claim that significant wave height is 27 feet, and at 982 millibars. So this is definitely a strong storm. Those type of waves should not be questioned. There definitely shouldn't be any ships out in that area at all. The one thing I wish they did is had hurricane hunters. I wish hurricane hunters would fly through like they do in America through the storm, because we'd have so much more data about what it's doing.
Yeah.
That's the frustrating part, where we have to have people who can be on the ground and give us reports. Just looking at where the low is currently and what we've got for models. The models don't know what they're doing. But the GPS is showing that curve that I was talking about, where it curves back around. So we're gonna have to just watch and wait. Some models have been going in straight across Australia, and now it's a mess right now. But we still have those cloud tops on last IR satellite view through tropical tidbits. It's still got time. Nope, cyclone has not passed yet. We have not even had landfall yet. We are in for this activity for at least the next 8+ hours for the Townsville, Bowen, Air area. and then inland for the next 24 to 48 hours. Now, the effects won't be as severe once the storm kind of breaks down, and especially once it turns post-tropical. But until then, effects are going to be seen and heard along the coast. Yeah, it's got some redevelopment right by the center of circulation. We have some extremely cold cloud tops developing right now. That is not a good recipe for intensification on this. And it's right as it's coming into the coast on the last frame. Let's see if I can send this where I can pull it up. Because this is not, I don't like this. Yeah, that center of circulation on this last frame has extremely cold cloud tops. It's kind of redeveloped itself. It's gotten a new attitude, and it's going to come into the coast even stronger. This is going to devolve pretty quickly here. And I don't mean that to be alarmist. I just mean that to what the storm is currently doing according to infrared satellite right now. And on that last frame, it explodes at the center with cold cloud tops, and that's going to be intensification of the storm. I would not be surprised at the next update that we do not hear that intensification has occurred. If this continues, we're going to just have to watch this. If this keeps exploding as time goes on, we're going to need to get prepared for even stronger potential impacts.
When is the next update?
That's a good question. I will see. Next warning is at 15 Zulu, and the 6 Zulu was the last one they did. So they're doing 6-hour tracks. When in the United States, we would do hourly. So that's the only thing that's frustrating. So the data we get is hard to keep a good track. Radar isn't good. All we can use is satellite and IR. We don't have hurricane hunters flying through like in America. You know, it puts a choke in the whole. And that's why we need people on the ground, especially in Australia. In America, a lot of people have home weather systems and, you know, are into getting readings. But weather affects everywhere and everywhere on this earth, no matter where you live. It affects how you live your daily life. It affects business, commerce, the way the world goes around. Oh, Joe has said bomb is hourly during the. We should have something soon then. Yeah, and then up the North Tropical Coast and Tablelands, even north of Port Douglas, they are reporting tonight that winds with peak gusts around 100 kilometers an hour are likely in elevated terrain in the North Tropical Coast tonight as well. So don't put your guard down up there as well. You might lose a trampoline or two. Yeah, it's current. Okay, so Joe has put in the details currently. Oh, last was 9:01. You're looking at a different time zone. Appreciate that. Details of severe tropical cyclone Kirrily at 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Intensity Category 3. Sustained winds near the center of 120 kilometers an hour with wind gusts to 165. Within 20 kilometers of 19 degrees south, 146.7 degrees east, 30 kilometers north-northwest of Townsville, and 180 kilometers south-southeast of Innisfail. Movement west-southwest at 25 kilometers an hour. Severe tropical cyclone Kirrily is generally tracking west-southwest. And Facebook will only let you say so much, but yeah, I'm sure I could get that that warning as well in just 1 second. I just need it to refresh. Was Jake able to get comms to the point where we could try to reach out and see if we can make contact with Gray at this point?
He was in the middle of it, I believe, that hour on the road, so I'll have to assess that.
I mean, I'd like to make contact at some point. Now they're showing a northern wobble on this new map as well. That's showing the center of circulation will be going north of Townsville. They're saying that. That's what they're saying. So that's where the bomb has the center of circulation going. Let's see. Destructive wind gusts to 155 kilometers are occurring about coastal inland communities between Ayr and Cardwell. 170 kilometer an hour may occur near the center as Kirrily crosses the coast. Storm tide is expected between Townsville and Elva Beach. Large waves may produce minor flooding along the foreshore. People between Innisfail to Cardwell to Ayr to Bowen, extending inland to Charters Tower, should remain inside until the cyclone is passed and listen to the next advice. People between Cardwell, Ayr, including Townsville and Ingham, should complete preparations quickly and be prepared to shelter in a safe place. Now, in 6 hours, it'll still be a Category 1 according to the bomb. The accuracy in kilometers is about 20 kilometers accuracy, they claim, at this point in time. So we will see. Yeah, because now they're saying that landfall will occur a little north of Townsville. I'll look at a map really quick and tell you exactly where that is going to be according to the bomb. And that changed a lot since the last update. The other update, like I said, had it quite a bit south of Townsville still. But that makes me not feel as good for Townsville either. That means Townsville is going to get a the worst of the effects if it does cross a tad north of Townsville. I don't think there's a town in between them. Okay, there's like Blue Water, Tulikila, Tamulla. Those areas are looking like where Rattlesnake Island training area. That's where it would kind of be coming in at, according to this new bomb map. Mutarni? I don't know what that would be. I don't know how to say that, but Halifax Bay Wetlands National Park, Bambaroo, Paluma State Forest, Paluma Range National Park. That area looks like it would be the new area of landfall according to the new bomb maps. So that is what we have currently. That is your 9 p.m. update. Yeah, north of Townsville, but south of Ingham is where they have it. Give me 1 second, everyone, and I'm just. Gray is at the point in Townsville by this casino right on the ocean. He should be getting excellent footage right now.
Awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. So fingers crossed on that. We have a couple of members, Max Blitz, up in Townsville currently. Ben is in Bowen, going north at this time. He's going to see if he can make it to air, and we're going to go from there because it's going to devolve regardless. You're going to have winds, the whole shebang, no matter where. The center of circulation isn't the telltale of where all of the effects occur. Everywhere will have effects, but it will be varying in range of how serious. Now that we see that the center is still intensifying, though, we need to be aware of that northwest side of the storm as it keeps coming in on Townsville, those towns north, and now potentially even Ingham need to be a little bit more aware of what's coming in at this point. But Bowen to a little bit south of Innisfail are all still in the cut at this point. Do we have any pictures from Townsville? I do believe that Grayhead might have had a live stream too going at this time.
Sorry, go again.
Oh, not near Kellow. Kellow is south of Mackay. Near Gladstone. Thank you, Trent. Trent told me that in chat, and I didn't see that. I have a lot of things going on at once. Gray does have a live stream going currently. I don't know if it's still currently going. Let me see if I can pull that up quickly. Okay, so if Gray currently does have some viewers right now, he is in Townsville. Ben, do we have ability to get that stream up currently?
Yes. Maybe. I'll have to have a look, see that again.
Okay, check that out because he is live right now. I'm gonna check out what we've got going on, because I should be able to look at this really quick. And he's one of our members who's up in Townsville currently. Give me about. Thank you, Joe. Once again, Joe is the GOAT. We appreciate you. Makes my life a lot easier when I have great people like you out there who can help me with these things, as we have 1,000 moving parts happening. So without you, this would not be possible. So thank you very much. We appreciate that. So that's Great Stream. He is one of our members. He was having a little bit of trouble joining our live stream. So hopefully, if we can get that pulled up, Ben's going to try to get that pulled up, and we can get that linked in for him. We did have him at the beginning of this broadcast on our live, but he was just having a little bit of an issue hooking that up. We literally got helped this man get hooked up with this as he was getting in the car to go up to Townsville. So it was very spur of the moment, on the fly, seat of our pants. It didn't work out the best way we thought it would, but we do have the coverage. And then eventually, I'm hoping that we get Dylan back. I know he was going to go and kind of relax and unwind from the excitement of the night. All right, just made a few check-ins really quick. Went to go check in on Dylan. Make sure he's still doing all right. Do we know if Don's still up?
I wouldn't have a clue. I'll have to talk to Andrew about that. I'll have to pop you a message.
Yes, Ava, your dad is working with us. Absolutely. He is in Townsville currently. He does have a live stream going on his page. Like I said, we had a few connectivity issues that we were not able to get the streams working together. We promise that we will try to make it work the best we can. And we'll definitely recap the footage and have everybody on for a debrief afterwards. Just sometimes live doesn't work the way you want it to. And we're testing out this system. This is the first time we've had multiple correspondents in the field, so we apologize. I bet you mine's a little cut off, guys. My other team members are letting me go. What's going on? Okay. Somehow I've gotten put on busy mode, so I need to get that off really quick. Hold on. How did this happen? All right, Gray, you said you needed an update on wind speeds and what's coming in. We do have the 9 o'clock update from the bomb that came out. It is looking like landfall is going a little bit north of Townsville at this point, still category 3. Currently 120 kilometer per hour winds with 165 kilometers per hour gusts. We are 30 kilometers. It's the center of rotation is 30 kilometers northwest of Townsville currently. And they say it will cross just northwest of Townsville. So now if you are looking for a eyewall intercept, we are going northwest of Townsville.
What did you say the wind speeds were, and what's the EPA for landfall?
Wind speeds, they are expecting up to potentially 170 kilometers an hour. 120 kilometers between, hold on, between my alarm for not, yeah, so we're, it is fine. And get you what you need about coastal crest because you're 30 kilometers and it is moving west southwest at 25, so you've got about an hour.
Thank you. And you've got my location at the moment. So how far do I need to travel to get Winston?
And only go just up a few communities up. I'll have to actually map how many kilometers that'd be away from your current location, but it's not too much farther outside of the Townsville to the north on the A1. I'm back. I'm in communication with Gray currently. We're gonna try to figure out something here. Okay, let's talk brass tacks really quick, Beth. Joint Typhoon Warning Center has it going a little bit south of Townsville. Bomb has it going northwest of Townsville. Where should we go? That's where I'm at. I'm trying to really pinpoint this.
Yeah, copy that. Well, it's up to you if you wanted to get up there for see that or what.
Hold on, I'm not sure if it's my audio or your audio that's ultra quiet.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be too probably wanting to get like 50 clicks up there, maybe a little bit more. We'll do that and then So, Joint Typhoon Warning Center has it going south of Townsville, did you say? And Bomb has it going north. Yeah, righto. We'll keep it going for a little bit anyway, and then I'll do some mapping and I'll see.
I gotta look at the IR again to really decide on that one. I'm just gonna run this really quick and try to get this model to pull up. Because with the IR, I should be able to kind of get an idea of where I think we're gonna have action. Yeah, we're definitely still seeing intensification with those cloud tops towards the center.
Yeah, copy that. Yeah, copy that.
It's going to be cutting it real close between Bushland Beach, Gray, and Townsville. I think it'll be cutting the difference, even if you go to either one. There is a little area that looks kind of sketch off Rose Bay, the Palarenda area, but I don't know, that looks pretty sus. Looks like that could go down pretty quick and not really have a good exit out of town. Bushland Beach, you have a little bit more. As long as the Mount Low Parkway looks good as you come in, there could be a couple ways out, as well as Braben Road could also be an option, but that is close to the Black River. and Low Creek. So that might be something to also keep in mind and be aware of. But I definitely think it could cut the difference. IR is showing cloud tops developing as the center is right there at Townsville, so it's getting stronger. It could wobble north or south. We've only got 30 kilometers to shore in about an hour. So do you feel lucky? That's the question of the day. I think either one is a good spot to be, either or, but that might be the spot to take it. I don't know. Maybe I just sealed my fate. I don't know, Ben.
On a train going around the foreshore down at the stream and down on the waterline there. I just think it's a bit unsafe down there with our swim speed.
See, and if that's the case, that's not good either. Let's go see where he's located. What are conditions like on the road, Ben?
Very wet. Aquaplaning at the moment.
Copy
Still
that.
lots of gusty winds. Just constant gusting. Yeah, just basically try not to aquaplane at the moment.
Australia heading to bed. Thank you, Trent. We appreciate you tonight. Don, do we have a copy from you? E1 to E4. E1 to E4. Copy that. We got 30 kilometers till landfall. We are trying to pick locations now. Do you want to come join the stream, Don? So half of our members are in Townsville. And Ben and his chase partner Jake and Melissa are all going up for air. Copy that, Don. So we have people in a few different locations currently. We've got Gray trying to intercept the eye wall. We have not heard from Dylan since he's gotten back in the house, but hopefully we will hear from him soon and check in on him. And then we have Ben going up towards air currently. And how far are you from air, Ben?
I'm making a man down up a good place, so if you don't get to check those, that's cool.
Well, good question. I'm about, less than 100 kilometres from here now, but I have received reports of an accident. It could be that same truck accident, truck rollover that Gray reported earlier on his way through this location. Yeah, good mate. So yeah, we're about, that'll be 60 kilometres.
Copy that. Don, stay on comms for a second as we look that information up for Gray here as he goes towards Bushland Beach.
So we'll see what waits us up the road. Apparently there is traffic banked up for a while, so.
Ooh. Interesting. I see one chaser dot heading towards Bushland Beach right now. So that's probably not a bad place to be.
Yeah, copy that. Who is that? Who's that chaser dot? That wouldn't Justin, would it?
Jason Harris is the chaser dot. Orbound Images, Australia.
Yeah, true. Copy that.
Can you tell me the location of Ben and the team? And I think Ben will wait that should be live stream on the Facebook page. So he might touch base with
Yeah, copy that. I can get you the link for the live stream currently that we have going on. And you can tie it into your destination that you're on currently. So technically you could tie in your Facebook with the current live. Ben is currently on live with me. And I have you on comms. Ben is heading towards air. He said he's about 100 kilometers away from air currently. The road is wet, a little bit of aquaplaning, and he's going to be, he heard about an accident downstream here, so he's going to figure that out here in a second. But yes, he is, all is well with Ben currently.
I'm backstage.
Copy that. All right, welcome in, Don. Welcome in.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Oh,
Welcome in. We're about an hour away from landfall. We've got everybody kind of pushed around here. Gray's making his way up towards Bushland Beach, which is a little bit north of Townsville, Don. So we need to lock in on that area currently.
Alrighty.
So that's what I'm doing. While you are doing that, I am going to go get myself a cup of coffee.
Alrighty.
John is from Joplin. He is one of our other executives on United National Weather Team. He will be joining me at the National Storm Chaser Summit in Fort Worth, Texas next week. We're pretty excited to be at that event. So John has been through the Joplin tornado, if people have heard of that. Really big event that happened, and EF5 tornado that devastated Joplin, Missouri.
All right, I got map up.
And once again, to all of you out there, if you have any reports of what is going on in your area, please feel free to send them in to United National Weather Team Australia. Please put them in the chat here or on YouTube. We appreciate your reports on the ground.
Oh.
Wind gusts in Townsville. I can definitely check on that. Don, can you check the wind gusts in Townsville on the one station we have available in Townsville? I will check it as soon as I get back to my station, but I'm just making myself some coffee so I can stay awake. Again, it is 5:48 a.m. Central Standard Time here in America. So I am rocking and rolling along all night. All right. I brewed some Death Wish this morning, Don. I don't know if Death Wish is available in Australia, but Death Wish coffee is available in America, and it helps me get through. It is known as the world's strongest coffee. It definitely gets you going. You have concerned family members? Yeah, just give me a second here. Don, do you have any numbers on Townsville wind speeds?
Dylan says that fences are blown over
trees on houses, structural damage, light poles damaged has all occurred around where he's at.
Copy that. Can you look at the one station we have in that area for current wind speeds?
And that's in Townsville.
Yeah, in Townsville. Yes, copy that. But if you could look at that on Omega, please.
Jones said most of the incidents around Townsville are power pole related or fire alarms going off.
Okay. Which, with the saturated environment, like I had mentioned earlier, that Dylan had reported earlier in the week, I'm not surprised to see that happen either. All right, I am back. I've got my coffee. We are ready to roll.
Well, that's a good thing, having coffee.
I know. I needed something. I'd been drinking Dr. Pepper, which is the preferred drink of most of the executives on United National Weather Team. And so I was just like, I need something else. And it's 6 a.m. So need a little boost to keep going. We are not, currently they are driving north towards air. So everybody besides Dylan, who is in place at home in Townsville, is moving to the north. Kyle, you can stand by Dr. Pepper. So can we. So can we. As I said, it's our preferred drink.
Yeah, I got my
Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you have your Dr. Pepper done.
Yeah, right here. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Don has a 100-ounce cup. I don't know what that would equate to in milliliters. I guess that we'd have to do that calculation real quick. Just for fun. Let's see. Let's see. 2,960 milliliters would be a 100-ounce cup. That, I don't think we have seen it. Have you guys seen any law enforcement on the road, Ben? I don't think we have. I'm sure when Ben hears me, he'll get back to me on that.
I still have 69 mile an hour winds, 86 mile an hour gusts, and it's moving at about 14 miles an hour, and 982 millibars on the storm, and significant wave height is still at about 27 feet. besides high tide.
The eye of the cyclone is expected to hit within the next 30 kilometers, so little less than an hour. It should be hitting quite soon at this point. It was about 30 kilometers away from Townsville at the time, moving about 30 kilometers an hour. I'm just trying to read this update.
That's okay with that information to whether the storm surge is going to be any concern to me here.
Yeah, Don, do we know what storm surge is going to be? I know we know significant wave height, but I swear we had somewhere that we were looking at storm surge before that had like the actual wave maps that were expected on the coast. We use so many products constantly that it's really hard to keep everything together at all times.
I've got mine in the English system on my radar, and I got the wave heights coming in at 27 feet besides high tide on top of that.
Copy that. Kind of fine. Give me a second.
While you're at it too, Scarlett, I'll get you to let me know storm surge information for the area south of Townsville as well.
Yeah, give me a second here. I'm going to pull it up. Yes, high tide with the cyclone. Kyle, that's exactly what is supposed to be happening now. It's actually supposed to be a king tide with the cyclone tonight for them. I really wish they would give us a simple tool. No, for Australia. In the United States, we have a really simple tool that the National Hurricane Center pulls out. We can pull out our experimental storm surge forecast. I could have those numbers in 2 seconds. Australia, on the other hand, is a little bit harder. Here we go.
Scarlett, could you just give me an update of ETA for this landfall and what the wind direction is going to be, please? I just want to place myself in a spot facing into the wind if I can.
Copy that. I'm just pulling that up right now. I'm also pulling up the surge. Pretty sure that National Hurricane Center actually might have this international storm surge scenario viewer that we could use to try and see if we can see over there what we're actually going to get. I'm going to see if it'll let me use it over there. But yes, I will give you a report here in a second.
Copy that, thank you.
Well, Bendy's got a little bit of a warning since there's traffic out in front of him.
We're going to have landfall here quite soon. If you can race up to Blue Water, I think that would be the best go. Like I said, we knew about an hour ago we had about 30 kilometers to go. I'm going to see if we have any recent updates because it's 6:02 now, which would mean it'd be like 11, I think, or 10 over there. So we should have an update now.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just having trouble getting on the map. I'm just trying to fill in my location in relation to rivers or water.
Oh, I unplugged myself.
I am back now.
I've had no comms with Ben, so I'm just trying to find out whether he wants to tap into my feed as part of his feed for the national page. And just going to need to give me some instructions on that.
Copy that. Yeah, you should be able to take our live link and then tuck your destination into it, which would be like your Facebook. And then we should be able to go live from your Facebook, ours, and have it all just stream into one. So yeah, just get with Ben on that.
Yeah, thanks. Just in case he's out of reception or out of range, can you possibly send me that link? And I might just try and do it myself while I'm waiting.
Copy that. Oh, I didn't see you had a radar up top. All right. I'm going to go send Gray this really quick, and then I'll be right back. We're hoping to get, Joe, we're hoping to get Gray's live stream tied into ours, and then we should have a live picture just from right outside of Townsville.
Yeah, I've got high res reflectivity on the left hand side of the radar map and high res velocity on the right, and it's just off the scale.
Yeah, so as Kyle said, red means going away from radar, green means coming towards. So those are the winds that are tied in. So the image that you see on the right-hand side is the velocity, which shows wind speed and direction inside of the storm. So that's going to show your winds, your wind speeds, potential spin-ups, and potential tornadoes. Remember, as a tropical system comes on to shore, it is spinning. The whole system is spinning. Therefore, you can get effects such as tornadoes. They will not be easy to see at night. They will be rain wrapped. They will be inside this larger system that is already spitting out 100-mile-an-hour winds and over 100-kilometer-an-hour winds. For us Americans, it'd be over 100 miles an hour. With that being said, this is the dangerous time. As the eye occurs, usually in America, we would put out an extreme wind warning, depending on how high of the category. Usually it's like over 120 miles an hour. But you would put in an extreme wind warning to basically have everybody treated as a tornado. Those winds can definitely take off roofs, shingles. If your house is not sturdy, it could even potentially compromise walls. This is the time to be inside of your home, inside the most central room, away from windows and doors. Yeah, and I do think we might have a landfall then north of the radar site. That's where we were saying, and that's about where we have Gray currently. We're trying to get his live stream to get put into ours at the moment. We're just having a little bit of technical difficulty with that. As I said, it's something that we basically had to come up with on the fly. Gray is a new member in the last 24 hours. He wanted to sign up and get into the team because he knew he was going to be chasing this cyclone. So everything has been done very quick and rushed. And usually we take time, train everybody, get everybody, well acquainted with the software before they go out there. But in an event such as this, that is going to have effects all up and down the northern Queensland coast, we thought it was important to get him in and on the team. We kind of fast-tracked him. Well, thank you, Samantha. We appreciate that. Some of us are broadcasting from the United States. Don and myself, I am in the great state of Minnesota. Don is in Missouri, the show me state. We have Ben, who is from Southeast Queensland. And then we have Gray Davies, who's from New South Wales. And then we have Dylan, weather enthusiast Dylan McKenna, for those who follow him out there. He is from Townsville. So we have members all over. Again, we are United National Weather Team, US and Australia. And welcome to our stream. Looks like we lost it. So we're gonna get that back up. Don, I'm gonna get the radar back up quickly. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate that. Just trying to pull up some current information, see what we got.
Strong gusts rocking the car now. Copy that.
Okay, let's see. Current time, Ben. Update from the bomb. They now say at the 10 p.m. update, though, that it is a Category 2. Now it's moving west at 23 kilometers an hour. And they say it is currently crossing just to the northwest of Townsville as a Category 2 system. Currently. So we do have a 10 o'clock update from the bomb. We have it at Category 2 sustained winds near the center of 110 kilometers per hour with wind gusts up to 155 kilometers an hour. Locations with 20 kilometers of 18.9 degrees south, 146.4 degrees east, estimated to be 55 kilometers northwest of Townsville and 160 kilometers southeast of Innisfail. It is currently now moving west at 23 kilometers an hour. I need to put my grid back up because then I can actually pinpoint this. There's a grid feature where I can put on the latitude and longitude.
How long do you think we've got till landfall?
I would say landfall is occurring about right now. It's gonna hard to be pinpoint the center, but I would say you're about right on it. Maybe a little bit. I mean, if you're in blue water, it's about there. It's right on top of you. The center is a little bit more disorganized than we'd like it to be. Let me look at it on IR and really see where it's at. But I would say it's about right now. Have you noticed any shift in the wind speed or direction? And currently, are you in rain?
Getting some sort of light right now. Wind is dead still. So that was like moving a boat.
Copy that, sir. You are probably in the eye of the storm. We are getting some reports that news stations are saying that it is crossing land currently. The latest bomb update also says that if you are in a location now that is currently 100% still wind, you are in the eye of the storm. Copy that. I'm glad we could get you to the eye of the storm. So we have made it. Eye of the storm. We'll have some great footage outside of this. Currently, we do have a tornado possible storm in the United States. Kyle, USA crew, we need to be watching that. Louisiana currently. We have a SVR on the board.
You want me to go look at it, Scarlett?
Copy that. You can look at it, Don, but the cyclone is most important. I'd like Kyle or the American crew who's still up to go look at that.
All right.
Oh well, there you go. He's got himself.
Sorry, just one more question. Want to clarify which direction to make landfall.
According to what we have it coming in at the west. According to the closest station at Townsville, it is coming in at the northeast. But what we have is from the bomb from the last update is west. The storm is coming in with the winds from the west.
Thank you very much.
Also, be ready once this wind starts kicking in because you are in the still part of the storm. It is going to ramp up to the extreme. So be ready. It's only going to be a matter of time before Greg gets into the heat of the storm at this point. Hopefully, we can definitely try to make something work here. Solid copy that looks to be a QLCS rain raptor. Tornadoes and cyclones. All right. I'm on it. Don, you might want to take an eye, look at that really quick. I'm going to take a look at that as well.
And yeah, just when we pop out up here, winds are still gusting significantly, so just be careful, watch the flying debris, etc. Also, I don't believe power's on through here too, so might be falling power lines we need to watch out for.
Really need this load right now.
Yeah, copy that.
Townsville Local Disaster Management Group said more than 30,000 homes are without power. So in the last hour, we've lost 10,000 more customers offline without power. Last check, I believe it was 20,000. I just need to make a really quick check of radar. Hold on.
I don't think it's right next to the coast. Well, very well. In the eye wall of cyclone at the moment at Townsville. Oh.
We're driving to Air right now. How far are you away from Air now, Ben?
About 10 kilometers out of there.
Copy that. So far, able to make it up to Air from Bowen. So it's good, so good so far. It is
Well,
meant to hit tonight. Happy Corey.
We are coming into Home Hill now, and this is where we have received reports of a truck accident. So, suss that out.
Copy that.
Wow, 97 miles an hour. Says Meso of 9 and Cell F2 moving northeast at 97 miles an hour, but it's a false TBS and the VIL's 11. DBZ's
Are you
49
talking about in America?
in America, in Louisiana.
Yeah, copy that in America. Yeah, that system we need to definitely watch.
And that's heading towards Alexandria, that cell.
There's tree damage into that building back there.
Let's see what we've got there. Run something quick. Oh, we lost Gray. Oh no. Well, we'll get him back here on comms when we can. He is in the eye of the storm currently.
Yeah,
I'm losing all my comms currently. This is terrible. All of my internet has decided to just wig out all at once. Give me a second here. Kind of reset for a second and look at this. We've got some.
Lots of branches down. 50 pieces all over the road through here coming to Air. Didn't get it work out.
I was just saying that trees and little branches all over the road there.
Yeah, probably not.
It is mobile shit. That's what I like. You never hear me on the mobile.
Lynette, the reason why we're going towards Air is because they started in Bowen. We have multiple team members all across the Queensland coast right now. So they started in Bowen, went up to Air. We have team members north of Townsville currently as well, and in Townsville. And we do not have any current photos besides from earlier. Dylan just had one photo of some trees down. So that's why we need all of you out there to spread the word about our team. That way we can get to the people who have the pictures. But obviously right now is not Have you seen many people on the road, Ben?
Yeah, a few cars. Lots of police and emergency services driving around at the moment. The power's definitely out here at the moment.
Copy that, Lynette. Yeah, you keep safe as well. I'm sure are you having any winds currently in Mackay or any rainfall? I know they had canceled some of the warnings down to Mackay. I believe Mackay to Bowen, they canceled some of the warnings. So basically it's Bowen North. And then up to Innisfail. And then in towards Charter Towers. Those are generalized area, but anywhere in that area can see winds, rain. You know, definitely if you didn't secure items in your lawn, people have talked about a few trampolines going. So there's definitely going to be destruction, structural damage in Townsville especially. And Cairns, I know, had some heavy rain earlier, but yeah, Townsville is definitely getting the brunt of it. We're believing that landfall would have occurred somewhere a little bit north of Townsville at this point. We'll still have to wait for official reports.
Scarlett, just while I've got you, would you be able to pull up the location that you noted down that truck that was rolled over earlier, Ray?
Oh, do you need the picture of where that occurred earlier?
Yeah, I won't be able to look at a photo right now. If you could just tell me the general location.
That'd be like McDesme area.
Is that to the north of there or south?
Well, I'll have to look to see where you are now. Yeah, you'd be coming up onto it in the next few kilometers. It is up the road from where you are.
Copy that.
Reports of heavy rain northwest of Innisfail at the moment in Mariba. Cairns is expected to experience heavy rain due to the cyclone pulling the monsoon trough down. Oh, bad news, bad news. Yeah, if you look at this on satellite, over the top of Queensland, I mean, this is an impressive storm. I mean, this stretches way back out into the Coral Sea and goes all the way through and over, just stretching over the top of Australia. It's an impressive system, nonetheless.
Yeah, copy. Just slow down on the left.
Stick with rain and not at the count the thing.
Well, yeah, we found it. Just pull up here.
Oh, you found it.
Yep, I found it.
So this is the truck that was over in the road earlier when Gray came through. Now Ben is caught up to that event on the highway. up with that.
So yeah, just an example of how strong the winds.
What did I say? Breakfast run.
Starting roughly
You might want to go grab that vest off the front seat. You might want to go grab the vest off the front seat. Yeah. Copy.
check.
Sorry, I tried to put that on.
Copy that. Let me just get a good idea of where to use that.
Copy. Just stand by a sec.
Copy that. I was just checking in with Gray currently, trying to see where we've got the eye of the system.
I'm going to go get this back in the
Yeah,
car
Joe,
because
I
very
would
heavy
agree.
rain.
Probably for cross. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not sure the driver's around. Where's the driver?
I was like, until I can't walk and step right.
Joe, that's a question that we'll have to ask. We didn't know at the time when Gray came up through there about an hour or so two ago. So that's something that we'll have to find out in the details.
Yeah, copy that. Let's use that here for a minute. Oh, no, I'm just putting the live back in here.
Oh. Connectivity.
police on scene now, so
Well, what's the plan now? We got to hook it in the alley, turn around.
yeah,
Yeah.
we'll figure it out in a second. Flip this around in a second.
Oh.
Very much. What's the wind speed on the back end at the moment? All the guts that I'm interested in.
They're going to be higher than anything we've experienced at the moment. As of now, we don't have too many wind instruments out that way, but we do have 35 kilometer winds at Townsville coming in at the northeast. But what we're going to experience now, it will be higher than that. It's just going to be a matter of time now. But it should be shortly. The edge of this storm is just starting to hit the edge of Townsville now. As that pushes out, you'll start to see that shift in wind.
Yeah, thank you. I'll go down and I'll wait for it to arrive.
How did I do that? No. I did not mean to do that. Welcome back, Ben.
Hey.
Oh, thank you.
Now I
feel
gotta
very
figure out how
well.
I did that again.
Yeah, there's definitely some structural damage that's occurred up here. When we come into the shops over here, we should pull it to the right. Okay, copy.
Yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. We do appreciate you out there. Ben, what is the current situation?
Current situation is one sec. Step away. Current situation is I'll be trucking to go find a closer location. We're going to basically suss out the tidal surge now, wave heights, etc. So that'll be my next tasking, and then we'll go out and damage assessment, make sure people are okay, all that sort of good stuff. Provide assistance where required. We just attended that truck rollover.
Currently, we are not, but one of our members got very close to the area of landfall that we are claiming. Now, there's been no official call of landfall from the bomb, but there have been a lot of other groups out there, including Higgins and others, who claim that it came over at Blue Water.
that. So yeah, we're gonna go and check out the king tides and possible storm surge, and then provide emergency assistance to anyone that may need. As you can see, there's a lot of foliage that's come down off the trees, a lot of branches here. Just pull up and
You can kind of see that center of circulation push on shore.
Just here in the main strip of Home Hill, got some minor branches that have come down. Lots of foliage. No damage to any shop fronts or anything just yet.
Ooh. Look at all that debris.
Yeah, just lots of free foliage at this
Quite
stage.
a lot of debris down.
Small branches.
Tree
things
branches.
like that.
Just shredded, yeah. Winds must have came through that area and been quite intense. Now, winds are going to pick back up on the
yes,
back end
they
of the
will.
system. People are not out of the woods yet. And we should have another update from the bomb here in about 6 minutes. Dane Rogers reports Home Hill had 100-kilometer winds. And that's about the area that Ben is in currently, is about Home Hill. Oh, yeah, and it just had a good wobble at the end. It kind of just wobbled and collapsed if you look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what's happening on the coast currently.
And that is exactly what we'll find out in just a short second here. Well, short second, when we eventually arrive at a coastal location somewhere.
Yeah, we did lose a few scans. Yep, it is currently, well, the cyclone is still there, Dane, just the center of circulation. Center of circulation does not matter for as far as effects. That is one thing that people have to understand when it comes to tropical systems. Just because the center of circulation has passed your area does not mean the worst of effects have not occurred. Actually, most often, the center doesn't always have some of the worst destructions. In this storm in particular, it's going to be the northwest quadrant of the storm that's going to get the most brunt. Have about 3 minutes to wait for a new update. There are also really intense cloud tops on the IR if you go and look at satellite right now, which still could mean that the inside of this thing is still pulling in moisture and strength from the warm tropical waters, which then also poses a threat for more intensity. Even though the low has made it on land, its fuel is still out to sea. Kangaroos are crossing in front of Gray. Hold on. I'll be back. Ben, why can't you show me good footage like kangaroos? You know, that's my dream. Dang it, Ben. I'm so sad right now. I'll be back. Gotta go see kangaroos. I'll be back. Happy birthday, John. John says he's 20 years younger. Today is my birthday. Happy birthday. It was Ben's birthday a few days ago.
Happy birthday, John.
just having some slight issues with the vehicle in front of us, so just stand by and we'll be back shortly.
I am back. What we got
Copy
going
that,
on
yeah.
here?
I'm not too sure if you heard that or not, but a massive gust of wind just came through and almost blew the door off the hinges of the Land Cruiser that's in front of us. So we need to try and get on top of that because we can't exactly drive home without a door that doesn't
No flood
close.
warning for the
So
Ross River currently. That's good news. I think we're getting a little bit of shifting winds now. Winds are coming in at 22 kilometers from the east.
I'm getting some rain here.
Copy that. We're up to 993 millibars. Let me see.
How's everybody doing? Hallelujah.
I'm having the worst connectivity issues right now, but I'm going to hopefully try to pull up the latest forecast from the bomb as we're waiting for things to stabilize where Ben is at for more information.
Well, has he got a bungee cord? Hold the door shut.
I don't think we have anything truly updated right now. Just give me one more second here. I'm trying to pull up the summary. All right, back on the road.
Yippee.
And for future chases, we're going to try to make sure that our chasers have appropriate boosters and mesh net systems that we can try to prevent some of these technical difficulties that we've had tonight. Like I said, this was kind of a last minute put together live stream. We knew Ben was chasing, but we did not have the added nuance of having Gray with us as well. Otherwise, we would have been a tad more prepared. But we work on the fly, we do with what we can, and we make it work.
Yep.
Don, you still there trucking along? Are you making it, Don?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Oh, I can't hear you. Why can't we hear Don?
No,
Is it my fault? Oh, maybe. Good.
Yeah.
Try again, Don. What do we got up ahead here with Jake?
Need a bungee cord.
Where's Ben going? Oh, you can hear him? Maybe it's just me. All right, now I should be back. Can I hear you now, Don? That's the $1 million question.
Yeah.
Yes, I can. So that was my end. Like I said, it's always fun with live video. We're gonna make Ben solo really quick. Do we know what's going on right now? Did Ben? Yeah, see, that's been the thing we've been watching all this whole time is radar hasn't necessarily been 100% reliable. Radar in Australia is already shaky at best on the best day. I just don't think, and with having the Joint Typhoon Warning Center triangulate off of Bowen's radar, there's so much that could be wrong with that. Like I said, I wish we had some of the tools that we have in America available to us for this in Australia.
Yeah.
Make our lives a little bit easier. BOM has updated severe weather from Tully to Port Douglas, just above tropical cyclone track. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Like I said, you don't have to be in the track of the center of circulation for it to affect you.
Right.
You know, we lost Ben at this time. We'll wait for Ben to come back in. But we did lose him. Hopefully we'll get that feedback up shortly. I'm just going to try to look at well, at the end of the day, we'll have to see what the BOM quantifies it. If they quantify it as a Category 3 at landfall, it's Category 3 at landfall. If it's Cat 2 at landfall, it's Cat 2 at landfall. It'll depend on some of the damages.
Yeah.
No wind or rain in Cairns right now, according to Joe. Thank you, Joe.
Do believe it's becoming daylight outside.
I know. Are you hanging in there, Doss? Are you hanging on? Do you need sleep? Do you need reprieve?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a cat nap
Poor
earlier.
Doss. Oh, did you? Oh, that was good.
Yeah.
That's always good. Are you going? You're
Hour.
going to work? You going to work today?
Yes, I am. Got a new
Oh,
battery in the
you're
van.
gonna need the coffee more than I am. Staying up all night and then going to work.
I know. Got a long day ahead.
I mean, it's not daylight here, Kyle. I don't think. No, it's still dark here, friend.
Yeah.
You're on the east coast of the United States, so you might have
Tile all
daylight
day,
already.
day job. Ceramic tile.
Hello, Samantha. Welcome back. Yeah, it should be calm in the eye at the moment. It's going to take quite a while for that eye to clear out of the area, and as the eye crosses and then comes through, we're going to see quite a few more effects.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is a long weekend, Australia Day. Well, happy Australia Day to the Australians for tomorrow. I've heard there was some controversy over there on that. That's all I'm going to say. But you all should be proud of your country, as we all should. That's why we're United National Weather Team. Doesn't matter what country you come from, support where you came from, and that's what it's about. We all have a place on this earth, spinning ball, flat earth, whatever you want to call it. We all have a place here. Just going to check a little bit. And Drake and Candace are also some tropical cyclones that are in the joint typhoon warning centers area. And Drake is on the other side of Australia, which it still may come and play havoc in Western Australia still. So that could be something that we might be watching as well. But if you just look at the satellite view of Kirrily, it's absolutely impressive. I mean, some of that storm stretches down past New Zealand. I don't know. Ben might have lost signal. Something was occurring. Maybe something was coming unstrapped. I'm not quite sure what the situation is. Let me see if I could try to get Ben on comms quickly to see what was going on with that.
Yeah.
No, that's the best thing I can think of. Ooh, only Gray is connected on comms. So something must have happened. Maybe Ben's device died. I don't know. We'll sit here and watch this. Hopefully we get any reports. Like I said, if you guys have any reports out there on the ground, we definitely appreciate them. Yes, and Ben was there on the Gold Coast on Christmas, not chasing the storm, just happened to be at family Christmas, and the storm went right in front of him. Don was awake with him. I had to sleep, but Don was awake with him when that occurred.
Blow through.
Yeah, we should have been on live at the time, but yeah, Don and Ben were there watching it blow through, watching the power flashes, and one of our videos actually helped the bomb quantify the Gold Coast tornado as a tornado. So
Yeah, it was all dark outside, and then all of a sudden it just turned white all across there, and seeing power flashes one right after another. It was crazy.
Absolutely.
And a couple of power outlets blew out of the wall also when lightning hit close. And it was just wild.
Absolutely.
The power transformers blew out a couple of wall sockets in the house.
All right, now we got Ben back. Welcome back, Ben.
Yep.
So did he get his door bungeed shut?
Did we get Jake sorted?
Yeah, sort of. We've had to ratchet strap his driver's door shut. But yeah, sorted for now. Sorted to get back to base, really. So.
Is it unusual for Southeast Queensland to have tornadoes? Not necessarily. I mean, is it common? Maybe. We have to have more eyes on the ground to say for sure. That's how damage assessment works. The more eyes we can have on the ground, the more people take pictures when their neighbors' trees, roofs go down, the more we can actually assess what occurs. A lot of times people just think, oh, wind came through, it's no big deal. But unless we can see those damage paths, trained eyes know what they are looking for when doing damage assessment. So is it common? No. Is it rare? Maybe. It has to do with, upper atmospheric situation. I'm sorry, I'm trying to sit up. But it's starting to occur more often. Let's put it like that. Lynette says Gray is getting some wins now. Hopefully we can get him back on comms here. Ray, do we have you back on comms? Do you have a copy? Ben is currently driving south of Air, going back towards Bowen. To start seeing how the tides are starting to come in down there. We've got Gray to the north, and we also have Dylan, who is in Townsville. Yeah, about now we're going to start seeing those winds return. We're going to start to see the intensity of the storm really start to pick up. So the next 4 to 6 hours are going to start to be some of the most intense. It's going to be at night. It's going to be loud and windy. And that's usually what startles people the most. I'm not particularly a fan of nighttime crossings. It just becomes way more dangerous. People might have went to sleep earlier, have not realized that some of the storm could have intensified, and then here we are now. So that part always makes me concerned.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I got a 10-100 to attend to.
Copy that, Don.
I'll be right back.
Copy that. Yeah, and as Kyle said in chat, tornadoes are common potentially with landfalling hurricanes, or tropical cyclones, as you call them in your hemisphere. But the mechanism is pretty much the same for tropical systems to some degree. There's certain nuances in certain parts of the world that come into play, but as far as winds and steering patterns, but for the most part, it's duplicable across the board. Unlike Australian storms and United States storms, which one goes cyclonic, one goes anticyclonic. So when we monitor storms from the United States, we have to literally flip our mind and go the opposite way to be able to track the Australian storms. So it's a lot more effort from us to do.
It's starting to increase a little bit, starting to get some rain, so I'd say it's just starting to attack things over this land now. So it's probably fine. Just back up.
So we just heard from Gray. Glad we got him back on comms. Copy that. Glad to hear you back on comms.
Just starting to pick up in intensity. It's still not too bad though. Wind's probably gusting 40 k's. Probably like starting to definitely increasing.
Copy that. I expect them to increase over the next few hours, like I said, and just gain intensity. Let me see where the rain bands are currently. I will be right back myself as well. Give me a few minutes here, guys, and I'll be there.
I made it back. Get to go to work in an hour and a half.
Yeah, copy that, John. Scarlett's just nicked off for a minute. She'll be back in a second. These gusty, spotty showers
Thank you, Carl.
have returned to the south side of Townsville now. Winds are still gusting quite significantly here on the south side of
Oh, Joe. We could go back and forth on this all night. Your storms go backwards, our storms go backwards, but we tend to think over here in the United States that it's backwards over there. Just saying. Ben and I will fight about this all night. It's fun. You know, we're not here to make light of the cyclone. There will be people who have damages. But sometimes, in amounts of great stress, it is helpful to not let it overtake you completely, to have a little fun with it.
Yeah.
That's one thing we've learned in our time. Similar to EMTs or police officers, you know, you get job burnout, constantly dealing with destruction, damages, families' lives ripped apart. That takes a toll on you all the time. So you do have to kind of make it fresh and fun. Not really fun, but in your mind, fun to try to ease the stress of always knowing what's going on. Oh, it's foggy here this morning. Apparently. Interesting. We probably won't get sun today. Looks like it's going to be real gloomy and overcast here today. Currently, I have snow on the ground here in the great state of Minnesota. So my chickens are out and foraging currently.
There's many heading on into Townsville.
I think Benny's heading back down, if I'm not mistaken, to go see what the coastal impacts are going to be from Bowen.
Well, yeah, that and my accommodation is in Bowen. But there is supposed to be a king tide with this system, so we're going to check that out.
Well, one thing, Kyle, since Gray was already he wanted to intercept the eye wall. Ben wasn't particularly choosing anywhere in particular. We just wanted to cover multiple parts of the storm, and the best way to do that is to split up. As the team gets bigger, you know, and as we get more volunteers, we'll be able to spread out more and be able to make situations like that work. But we are a small team, and we come from all over the United States and Australia. So we're doing our best and we're trying our can. But if you would like to join our team, you can go to unwt.org. If you scroll down, currently we're rebuilding our site, but if you scroll down, there is a tab to join the team. When you join the team, we will get your application and one of us will reach out to you, get you through our interview application process, and then get you into the proper channels to start being a member of the team. Or you might find yourself like Gray messaging the page the night before a cyclone and we get you onboarded on the team and can just kind of throw you into the lion's den. So there's that. But sometimes you have to act fast. Slight breeze in Mackay at the leap. Thank you, Lynette. We appreciate your report. It's actually so dark here. My street light turned on. That's how foggy it is. That's wild. Currently, at my location, if anybody's interested, is currently -2 degrees C. And we did lose Ben. Put radar back up. All right. Yes, Joe, -2 degrees C last week. Should have been around when it was like -30. -2 is nothing. Now -40 and 50, then we're talking cold. But -2, yeah, no big deal.
I consider freezing at 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
I'm roasting at 77 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm too tundra for that. It's like I live at the Arctic Circle compared to that.
Yeah.
But we also can get, almost 40 degrees in summer here too. So we have a huge extreme here in Minnesota compared to most states in the United States that have more of a temperate climate. We have some of the largest weather extremes in the nation.
It's 41 degrees Fahrenheit here.
There is warmer temperatures on the way for us here. Next week, I do believe we're having a warming event. So that'll be nice.
Yeah, last week.
Hopefully, by the time we get to Dallas, it's looking like about 60, 65, maybe under 70 degrees Fahrenheit. So for me, that will be happy days. It is going to be nice. It's going to be warm. I'm going to run around in shorts. It's going to be great.
Last week this time, it was -3 degrees here.
That's what I mean. It was negative multiple degrees here last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you look at the track of kind of where they have the center, would be quite a bit inland at this point now, where you see that little green hurricane symbol would be currently, or tropical cyclone, would be currently where they believe the center of rotation is. Guys out there, without you, we cannot do our broadcast. Please like, share, and subscribe to United National Weather Team US and Australia. We'll have more coverage going through the summer for you guys over there, our winter, and then our upcoming severe weather season in America. Oh, welcome back, babe.
I've been back for a while.
Oh, what?
Right on.
Well, I thought I checked and you weren't there. I'm trying to keep it together here. It's currently 7:40 a.m. Central Standard Time.
Oh, wow.
I know.
Oh.
I'm still wired for sound, so I'm still good to go. I don't know if Don's wired for sound. Don, do you need a nap before you go to work? Or?
Yeah. I got to go work in about 20 minutes.
You're gonna be dragging. You better get some coffee or something done.
No, it would be 40 minutes from now. I get to go to work.
You're such a trooper, though. Everybody, give Don a virtual round of applause. Don stayed up with us all night since last night, checking the cyclone. As it did. Oh, go ahead, Don.
Starbucks coffee in my cup and take it to work.
You're gonna need to. You're gonna need to make some of your coffee. Don makes knock you out coffee.
No,
Like, you know, they used to say cowboy coffee in America put hair on your chest, but gee.
It might take it off if you spill it on
That's what I mean. Probably could run Benny's vehicle. Be like petrol alternative.
Yeah.
That's some serious fuel. Like, I drank a half a cup and was going.
Well, it's slowly designed to make you go faster at a steady pace. And then you'll
I feel like, yeah, we could call it go-go juice, I guess.
Do what?
I said we could call it go-go juice, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe, you are absolutely welcome. There's no other place we would rather be than here watching this storm with all of you.
Yeah.
I'm just glad as of right now we haven't heard anything extreme.
Only from Dylan.
General things that you would hear in a storm: power lines down, trees down. Only the morning will tell when daylight hits what truly the scope of everything is, but I think we're at a good pace.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, we might be able to see it on. Oh, yeah. We can see it on AGRV now, too, Don.
Do what?
A lot of the rain bands that are coming in.
Yeah, they're starting to come back in.
I don't even know what radar site that is. Yeah, there's some heavy rain west of Innisfail right now at Millamilla. I think that's how you'd say that. So please give us grace over here. We're Americans trying to say Australian town names. Our mouths are not ready for that. Ben's mouth isn't ready for our American name town. So it goes both ways, but I try to do the best we can. If you feel like you would like to correct me, I do not take it offensively, though, just to let everybody know out there. Oh, yep, Milla has the most photographed waterfall. Thank you, Joe, for that information. I bet you it's beautiful out there. Also, Melanda and Atherton is getting some heavy rain as well.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I know, today's going to be a dragon day, Don. Dragon day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Poor Don. The enthusiasm is leaving Don slowly. Don is such a trooper, though. We appreciate Don.
Do what?
That is why Don is one of my executives. He's been there since day one, staying up every night, every storm, every system, day or night. He has been my right-hand man. We appreciate Don. As I said before, Don has helped in recovery in the Joplin tornado, so it definitely taught him why it's important to be a part of the community, learn about your community, and save your community. Because nobody knows your community better than you. The SES can come in, and this is no qualms on the SES, but they do the whole state. I think you guys call them Australian states. They do the whole state. Do they know what the cultural flavor is of Cairns compared to Innisfil, compared to Townsville? Everybody in certain areas are going to need different things based on demographics of people and the cultures living there. That's just the bottom line. And so if people can get involved on the grassroots level themselves, that allows for an opportunity that when events like this occur, the people in their communities can step up for what people need most. You know, if your community happens to have a lot of single mothers and things like that, there might be things needed. Other things like that. People don't think about the certain situations or life circumstances people are in when storms occur, but that is a huge part of it. People who don't have insurance, many different reasons. And there's no reason to pick on anyone for not having it. I see a lot of that after storms. Why didn't you have insurance? That wasn't smart. Sometimes you can't even afford it. I was just recently watching the ABC from Australia, and they were talking about how rent prices all over Australia have just doubled and tripled, even in smaller, even more remote communities, basically to the point where rent and prices are getting unsustainable. You know, $600 a week rents, because a lot of you guys pay weekly over there, which isn't a thing here in America. We usually would pay monthly, but that's besides the point. The point is that in all of these communities, financial strain is happening everywhere around the world. Inflation is happening everywhere around the world. Shrinkflation is happening where you're getting less products. All of these things affect, especially trickle down during a disaster. That means things cost more to replace, things cost more to get. You know, people who lose power could lose the contents of their freezers and fridges, and, you know, there goes all of that food, etc. And that puts people at a deficit if they didn't have much to begin with. So that's just something to be mindful after the storm passes. Check on your neighbors, make sure they have enough food, make sure they have water. If you have elderly around you, check on them. Just make sure people in your neck of the woods are generally okay.
Have some big cookouts with all that food going bad.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I'm sure there's an SES in every town, just like there's fire. But at the same time, too, they're an official organization. Nobody's going to touch a community quite as much as the people in it. And yes, these people are members of your community as well. But as somebody who's worked both with law enforcement and working with groups such as like Cajun Navy, which are just grassroots groups, both have their benefit in events like this. Both have their place, both have their jobs that make this worth it. $24,000 per annum in the cyclone area. What?
Wow.
See, exactly what I just said. Okay, I didn't even have to know the situation, but I just know the state of affairs worldwide. Who could afford that? Wow. Honestly, truly, who could afford that? That's some people's whole salary. Truly. May not seem like much, but for some people, I'm sure that's their whole salary for the year. How could you afford that? You just have to hope for the best.
Yeah.
That's all you could do, unfortunately. And those are the people that we need to lift up, make sure we try to support. You know, it's not their fault. All of us are in life circumstances for one reason or another. The world we live in isn't paying sustainable wages. That's a problem. We're all just trying to live. And so I'm hoping the old saying, no news is good news, in this situation with the cyclone. Anna, see, exactly. And that's why we want to exist as a private organization, because you are bound by restrictions as being SES. If you are a local volunteer in your own neighborhood and network, can do a lot more things without government red tape. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
And I don't think changing the SES system would help. I think it's just something that needs to be, much like neighborhood watch in neighborhoods, that sort of ideal, but just for weather. You know, it's the one time people come together anyway. So why not utilize it? And hopefully that carries on throughout the year, not just during, you know, severe weather or hard times.
That's one thing I like in the tornado we had here, the F5. Everybody was helping everybody, period. And
Yep.
people were trying
Didn't
to
matter
steal
where you
stuff,
came from,
they
who you were.
run out on a rail.
Yep. That's one thing that's really drawn me to weather, is it doesn't matter your background, your political affiliation, the color of your skin, where you originate. When storms happen, people come together. Because storms don't discriminate. Neither should we. And that feeling we have, if you've ever been through a natural disaster, when your community rallies together, is something we need to try to hold on to every time the events occur. Because we're getting farther and farther away from coming together, knowing our neighbors, knowing their community. There's always snark, attitudes, harshness. If we all could take 1 second to try to be a little bit more kind, everybody else around us, their attitudes will soften. And if they won't, if there's enough of us who have softened attitudes, they won't want to come to that. So that's just my little soapbox moment. Try to make the world a better place. But I really do believe that you can do that at a grassroots level. You know, smile at people when you go past them shopping. Wave hello. Stop and say, how are you? Even if you don't know them. You don't realize how much that could make someone's day when they don't have human interaction or connection in a world that's truly cold.
100%.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that I really think can make the difference, no matter what time it is. Storm time, non-storm times. But especially at a time like this, the kindness and the extra mile, you don't know how it can make someone's life. Exactly. We used to be like that, and we need to bring it back. I'm here to bring it back. That's my goal. And if we do it one neighborhood, one person at a time, we'll get there. 6 degrees of separation. Everybody is supposedly always connected by 6 people. So, you know, it's just something to think about. Late night thoughts, early morning thoughts, I guess now. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. It is light now here. Like completely. But I don't think we're going to get any sun today. I think we're completely cloud covered. Hoping for some rain. I'm going to get another check. We should be getting an update here in about 7 minutes. And we should be getting the new update from Joint Typhoon Warning Center for the next update. All right. Okay, so we do have something new. Let's see. Gust to 65 knots. The next 12 hours, we have gusts up to 45 knots. Dissipating as a significant tropical cyclone over land. 24 hours, pretty much the same. All right. Tropical cyclone 7P, Kirrily, located approximately 145 nautical miles south of Cairns, has tracked west-southwestward at 19 knots over the past 6 hours. Animated enhanced infrared satellite imagery and a composite radar loop from Greenville, Australia, has shown that Tropical Cyclone 7P made landfall around 12 Zulu, just northwest of Townsville, Australia. Tropical Cyclone 7P will continue to track west-southwestward and further inland under the steering influence of the subtropical ridge to the southeast. Interaction with the terrain, dry air entrainment, and moderate wind chill will enhance the unfavorable environment, and the system will fully dissipate in the next 24 hours. Remnants of Tropical Cyclone 7P will continue across the northern portion of Australia towards the western coast beyond the next 24 hours. This is the final warning on the system by the Joint Typhoon Warning Center out of Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. The system will be closely monitored for signs of regeneration. Now, what they mean about that is there are some models that have been showing for the last few days that this storm actually loops around, comes back, and hits right back at the coast. I know some of the models are showing it going all the way across Australia, but one model that we need to seriously take into consideration is the fact that it loops back around and hits right back out towards the coast around Monday. So I just need everybody in that area to just be prepared for potential rain, winds. Not that it'll strengthen back to hurricane strength or tropical cyclone strength, I should say. I apologize. But what it will do is cause a big load of trouble for places that will already be inundated, already be flooded, and already have concerns. So that is where we're at currently. We did miss you, Kyle. Yeah, we did miss you, Kyle. Just saying. Yes, and there is another set of lows off the coast from Townsville. Yeah, that is true, Dane. That is a true story. We're going to be watching those as well for development. There could be a possibility that it comes about the same time that we're in Texas. Weird we haven't seen any kangaroos. I'm the anti-kangaroo. I'm telling you. That's all I want to do is see kangaroos while Ben's out. We never see kangaroos. Ever. And it makes me sad.
Except for the 3-minute video that I sent you of one the other day.
Well, yeah, for the first time like ever, but I mean, you'd think they'd be out. Or at least stirred up. I don't know how they function though, so I'm not the one to ask, but I just want to see kangaroos. But to be fair, kangaroos are kind of like our deer, so I get it. But that's like the Australian animal you think of. Kangaroo, koala bear, crocs. You know, I could be part safari, part storm face. I'm here for that. I don't know if I can call it safari. More so. But I don't know, I guess we're not in the outback yet. We can't call it like an outback trip. Nature hike. I'm just going to go peruse social media really quick and see if I can find anything significant. I know, Joe. Gray had one crossing in front of him on the live feed. I heard. I'm so depressed over here. That's what I wanted. Kangaroos. What do we want? Kangaroos. When do we want them? Now. I'm losing it over here, Don.
Yeah.
It'll be all right.
I need a fresh dip of skull. This one's getting old.
Copy that. We usually don't outrun your dip, so that just shows it's a long night. And I watched you dip. That was probably like 6 hours ago now, though. I'm gonna see what we got for some winds in this right now. Wind directions look like they're changing at Townsville as well. Yeah, they're now coming in at the north-northeast, 57 kilometers sustained, 78 kilometer per hour gust at the Townsville wind instruments. Oh, I need to charge my other device immediately. before I lose radar.
All right, now I can re-get human again. I got a fresh dip of skull in.
Cape Hillsborough. Oh yeah, we'll have to check that out later. I know. Scarlet will never let it down. Ben missed all the. I don't know. I guess I'm like I said. I'm the anti-roof. I'm gonna put radar up really quick again.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Copy that.
Making too much noise.
Just gonna see if we have any velocity in this. Especially now that the winds have changed, I'd be interested to see how it's interacting with the terrain. Now I'm gonna go look at Bowen radar, but we don't have Bowen showing nothing. But Townsville, on the other hand, its interaction with land has given it somewhat of a ragged appearance. But you can kind of see how that outflow as it came into shore just kind of dissipated. We're going to start to see this wind change now because as you watch it on those frames, how it skips a few frames, you can tell that it wasn't picking up that it was shifting direction. Jasper was immense flooding. And we saw that actually coming. That one, Ben was going to come up for, and then we decided, was it going to be worth it when it was probably going to be mostly flooding? Flooding ends up being the most dangerous. With that being said, and it's a far drive from Ben as well, but we decided we did not. But yes, Jasper would have been crazy. I'll have to check that out. I want to see a wallaby. Isn't that what you got, Ben? Was a wallaby a little one? Isn't that a little kangaroo?
It would have been a little wallaby. They're not technically a kangaroo, but close enough.
Well, they're kangaroo-like. They look like a kangaroo. Just little. It's like a tiny kangaroo, like a pocket kangaroo. Definitely some heavy rain in Atherton now. I'm gonna go look at Cairns radar. There's definitely some strong storms to the northwest of Atherton. I'm gonna see what this wind instrument has. According to Cairns station YBCS, we have the west-northwest winds at 11 kilometers an hour with no gust at Cairns. It's a little bit north of Cairns, where this instrument's at. It's actually at Cairns International Airport, which is a little bit outside of Cairns. Oh, there's a Lake Placid, Australia. Can't say it's wallabies. And I do plan eventually to try to get over to Australia to see some of these things. I want to see cat-sized wallabies.
Yeah, coming over and see some huntsman scarlet.
No, I don't want to see Huntsman's Ben. How dare you? I'm terrified. We still have ultra cold cloud tops well inland on the IR, which is going to indicate some more intense pockets of rain that are going to occur. We do have most of the storm inland at this point. Now for the next 4 to 6, 10, 12 hours, depending on where you are, you're just going to continue to see wind, rain, and potential flooding.
And severe storms.
Definitely severe storms. Also, models are starting to come into agreement about this split back around. So that's also interesting to see as well. GFS and the GEPS ensembles, plus the global plus hurricane models are all starting to see that come to fruition. Some are still stretching it all the way across Australia, but others aren't. So that is definitely going to be something to watch over the next 48 hours. Regardless, even if it is a I'm going to look at some of the flood warnings right now, make sure none of those have changed. The current tropical cyclone advice at 03 a.m. Eastern Standard Time is Tropical Cyclone Kirrily has crossed the coast and is weakening. Warning zone from Innisfail to Air, including Townsville, and extending inland to Charters Towers. Watch zone none, canceled zone none. Category 1 as of midnight with sustained winds near the center of 85 kilometers an hour with wind gusts to 120 kilometers an hour. It is within 30 kilometers of 19.2 degrees south, 146.0 degrees east, estimated to be 80 kilometers west of Townsville, and 185 kilometers south of Innisfail. Movement is west-southwest at 22 kilometers an hour. Tropical Cyclone Kirrily has crossed the coast just to the northwest of Townsville and is weakening whilst moving inland. During Friday, the system is likely to track further inland as a tropical low, resulting in heavy to intense rain and possible damaging winds as parts of the northern interior and western Queensland. Gales and damaging wind gusts to 120 kilometers an hour are occurring on and near the coast offshore islands between Cardwell and Ayr, including Townsville. Gales with damaging wind gusts to 90 kilometers an hour are expected to extend inland into areas including Charters Towers into Friday morning. Heavy rainfall, which may lead to flash flooding, is occurring about coastal areas and nearby inland between Innisfail and Ayr and will spread further inland Friday. Intense rainfall, which may lead to dangerous and life-threatening flash flooding, is possible near the track of the system. Flood watches and warning are current for these areas. During Friday, the system is expected to become a tropical low, and heavy rainfall is forecast to develop across the northern interior and western Queensland into the weekend as the system tracks inland. A severe weather warning is also current for inland areas. A storm tide is expected between Townsville and Alba Beach. Large waves may produce minor flooding along the foreshore. People living in areas likely to be affected by this flooding should take measures to protect their property as much as possible and be prepared to help their neighbors. People between Innisfail and Ayr, extending inland to Charters Towers, should remain inside until the cyclone has passed and listen to the next advice. Next advice will be issued by 1 a.m. So that's our current update. Yep, they currently have it quite a bit inland now. So it'll be interesting to see what the waves are like going back towards Ben's location to the south. They're expecting in the next 6 hours that it'll be a tropical low. Not much further from where it is now currently, according to its latitude and longitude. Just going to look at Met-I real quick, just to see what we've got. There was a potential for 3 to 5. I found it now. It was on Meta, you guys. Earlier when I said I couldn't find the wave height thing, it was on Meta. My bad. Total wave height they're claiming in Townsville could be 3 to 5 meters. Also in air. Down at Bowen, we could have 2 to 3 meter waves. Airlie Beach, 1.5 to 2 meters. Mackay, 1 to 1.5 meters. Carmilla, they're not on the coast. Cape Palmerston, 1.5 to 2 meters. Brampton Island, be 0.5 to 1. And that's not, but yes, that's current wave heights. There's a little section that would have been north of, way out on the coast, that had 5 to 8 foot waves coming in. But everybody, for the most part, from a little bit north of Townsville south, should be expecting 5 to 8 meters. 3 to 5 meters, or 3 to 5 meters. Pardon me. It's getting late. Or early. However you want to take that. Let's see what they say for rainfall forecast potential. Saying 10 to 20 millimeters, and that's in 3 hours. That's possible. Up by Ingham, more like 10 to 20. Inland from there, 20 to 50 millimeters in 3 hours. Charters Towers, 3 to 5 in 3 hours. But we'll see. I mean, these are forecasts. It's from the bomb. I'm just giving you what it says. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what you're going to get. Now, rainfall since 9 a.m. I could try to pull up. Like 50 millimeters some places toward the north. Cairns, Mariba, 44, south of Innisfail, millimeters. And that's if all of these are online too. Another thing is these might not be online either. Apparently, I'm going to try to look at the river conditions because apparently you can also get those on 143 millimeters. Where's that? Let's see where that is on the map, but it's quite west of Ingham, and that would be since 9 a.m. That's quite a bit of rain. I'm going to try to see if we can get some wind readings too. Yeah, winds are still wrapping up in the system and coming out too. Well, thank you for tuning in, Joe. We appreciate you, and make sure you come again sometime, and then we will make sure they drive safe. And if I'm not mistaken, I do believe Melissa is driving, so we have a woman at the helm. Well, Jake's driving too. I like to toot our horn if we can. And what are the road conditions like now, Ben? Is it still wet? What have you got going on?
Yeah.
Is there rain in your location? Doesn't
That was instant rain last the whole drive, really.
Oh. Started today.
all right. Let's just take a quick look at radar while we still have that. Because once Don heads off to work, we'll have to have Ben put it back up. We'll figure something out there. I'm going to check your. I am back. I am known as Scarlett, usually. Everybody knows me as Scarlett. So doesn't matter what. I respond to all names that pertain to me. So. True story. No, this makes me want to go look at future. But yes, so currently not going to get any more information from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center on Kirrily. And Greek is something to definitely be watching for Western Australia. We have a potential for 2 more systems that are coming in out of I don't even know what was heard and what wasn't because I got kicked out. How frustrating. I was probably talking to no one that whole time. It pays to look down, friends. My internet's just having a really hard time, and I do not know why. It could be because of the CMEs. We were supposed to have Aurora, but all right, hold on. Trying to get things back in order. I'm gonna go see what the millibar pressure is currently. But yes, I can't wait to hear Dylan's account of what happened. I think he got a little stirred up as they came through Townsville. He is a young man, so I think that comes into play with it too. Having it be the first time you interact with the storm system. You know, they can be intimidating and things can happen quickly. You could be a part of a downburst, especially as those the first eye wall winds start shifting on land. You definitely can start getting micro downburst spinning out of that system. One more time. While even Tropical Tidbits is like, your network connection is having a hard time. I know that. Thank you. Hopefully I can get to this to load shortly. Yeah, and Greek is at 978 millibars, so that one is definitely not done. Still strong out there. I'm going to try to get Kirrily to pop up quickly. 993 millibars. So the millibar pressure has went up quite a bit. So we are losing strength. Most of the system now is on land. There's a few feeder bands that are still out into the Coral Sea that have some really intense high cloud tops that'll bring in quite a bit of moisture. It's just soaking all that moisture up, and it'll actually go south of Townsville, closer to like a Bowen. So there should be some bands of rain down there as well. You are absolutely welcome. Thank you. We appreciate you for tuning in. Like I said, please like, share, and subscribe to the stream. If you like what we do here at the United National Weather Team, consider donating to us. You can go to paypal.me/UNWT and make a donation to the team. And if you can't do that, a share, a like, and a subscribe is just as important and almost worth more.
Yeah, we're basically just coming back into Bowen now, so we'll get down the beach and just have a quick 2-minute look at the waves and
Copy
see
that.
if there's anything worth hanging around for. If not, it might be dinner time, I think. Keeping in mind, I'm running off 3 hours sleep in like 24 hours. Feed and a good sleep are doing me well right now, I think.
Yeah, definitely thinking about getting a few hours of sleep and then, definitely being up to see when daylight hits.
Yes, for sure. Well, we'll keep it going for another 10 minutes until I get back to the beach. We'll wind down from there, I suppose.
Yeah, I was correct. It's like 12:30. So yeah, absolutely. We're not going to know too much more throughout the middle of the night besides as winds will increase. Most of the storm and surge, and I haven't heard too much about that. So let's hope that this wasn't a surge event in certain areas. We'll find out by the morning. But nobody's going to know anything in the dark. So there's that. Bring Ben's feedback into the forefront. Yeah, and there's definitely some really high cold cloud tops going out to the west now. Those areas need to be watched where there's actual rain to see if they don't bring some quite heavy rain. Currently, what they're saying at the Townsville station is that we have north-northeast winds at 59 kilometers with 81 kilometer per hour gusts. The closest station we have to Bowen is 31 kilometers an hour up to the northeast at 50 kilometer per hour gusts. And that's like Airlie Beach, more Whitsunday Islands.
Copy that.
And the next cyclone, it'd be nice to have some handheld instruments as well to take some readings. You never know if you could find anomalies, during this time. Still not too many on the road. That's good. Always good to see.
Not too many people on the road. A few odd cars.
Yeah, limited activity.
Mainly just police and emergency services tonight. So.
Which that's good. Like I said, you really don't want to see people out on the roads right now. That would be the last thing we'd want to see.
That's right.
That means people generally heeded the warnings, got inside. At this time of night anyway, I wouldn't expect too many people being out anyway.
Yeah. As you monitor with 3 or higher, you don't want to muck around with them.
We still have SVRs in the United States. I'm going to need to watch that too. Give me a second. I'm going to go check that out. I'll be right back.
Turn left on somewhere.
I'm back. Do-do-do.
Alrighty then.
I know, right? All right, let's get that. Boom. Ben, are you almost to Bowen now?
I am in Bowen.
Oh, you are in Bowen now. Okay, copy that. Bowen. We are in Bowen currently. So we're going to see what we can see as far as wave action. This is about the far edge of where they expected cyclone effects. And then up towards the north, obviously, Innisfail would be as far north as that. We don't have anyone up there.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's take a quick look at radar. Lots of wind, that's for sure. We do have one SVR done in Mississippi. It does look suspicious.
There was an SBR in place for areas up around Cairns area, but I think that might have been the
Oh, I'm sure there could be an SVR in Australia, but currently I was telling Don about the SVR in America. There's a mean line of storms that has awoken this morning. We've got special weather statements. We've got special marine warnings off the coast, south of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We've got a mixed bag of everything this morning. got cyclones, potential tornadoes, hail,
400.
rain, wind. We've got it all.
Wow. 214 flood warnings. Wow. Mississippi.
Yeah, definitely still some very gusty winds.
Ooh. What's full screen? What?
Still extremely gusty here at this point in time.
Absolutely. I would assume so. I didn't expect it to be, necessarily weak. How tall do you say the waves are then?
Definitely looks like wave height has decreased, and the tide is on its way out again though, so I don't think storm surge would be much of a threat in this location, although it would be monitored. I might get in and have a feed in a minute, I think. I think we'll wind this live coverage up for now, and
Absolutely. We will come.
worth going live for, we'll definitely do that, but I think now would be the time that I need a feed and a decent sleep, because 3 hours of sleep in almost 2 days, I mean, not good, but it'll be worth it, that's for sure.
Let me see if I can find these tide times really quick, just so we know for the morning.
Although the main threat has shifted north, there will still be very, very gusty winds along basically the whole coast, right up from Mackay, Airlie Beach, right through to places like Newcastle, Bardwell. So these winds will continue to occur right throughout the night into
Next high tide for Townsville is 9:46 a.m.
Copy that.
Yeah,
As you
so
can
it's probably
see, it's still very windy.
Now, the tideschart.com is showing it at about 3 meters, though, in the morning.
Yeah, right. We'll definitely still be around. So
Yeah, so it's looking like 2.9 meters, and that could be normal tide for that. But remember, we're going to have a king tide on top of that. So even in the morning, we might see even a little bit of coastal flooding continuing.
well, that's right, and that we'll be monitoring, and we will cover if necessary, obviously. But I think that'll do us for the night.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, everybody, for being here with us tonight. We appreciate you joining our coverage. Tropical Cyclone Kirrily, with its coastal crossing in the north of Queensland in Australia. We had Ben out there. We had Gray, who was in the north, who was near Townsville, very close to the eye of the storm. If not in the eye of the storm, we'll have to see where official landfall is. But if not, he was within 20 kilometers of complete dead center. So regardless, he was in the center of the eye. So you would, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter about a direct exact landfall. You know, as long as you're in the center, you're in the center. He was in dead, still winds. So we got him in the center. Weather enthusiast Dylan McKenna, we had him in Townsville as well. He was out patrolling earlier in the night. We'll have to see what footage he got. He said in the morning he'll be out and about getting coverage as well from Townsville, the aftermath. So everybody just stay tuned. We appreciate you being here. Like we said, you can go to unwt.org if you would like to join the team, as well as you can go to paypal.me/UNWT if you like what we do here and want to support the team. We appreciate you all of you out there for joining us for, like I said, for our tropical cyclone coverage, and we will see you under the mezzo. Good night, everyone.
Thanks, guys.